Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello everyone, welcome back. Welcome back to Ninja Pulls. Let's turn the music off real quick. Man, I'm loving that startup music. How is it going? Welcome back everybody, so good to see you. Cheeky day off yesterday. Well, I say day off from streaming, but of course not from working for you guys. How's it going? Welcome in and happy Tuesday, everyone. Johnny, hey. Lily Dried, Balora, Sticko, Sorabella, Katsuki, hey. How's it going? Nice to see you again. And Alatariel, hype. Exactly. Balora, ready as ready can be. Yeah. Nice. Italian Wise Guy. Love the name. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright, let's get out of here. What am I doing in my house? That must have been a daily endeavor. Are there any furnishing endeavors today? No, so I can get out of here. It's the only thing I use my house for.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, also guten Tag und guten Nachmittag, guten Abend, guten Morgen.
That really confused me. What the hell, Erin? What? Alright, you genuinely threw me. Good work with that. I thought, shit, am I in a Discord channel? Have I got a Twitch stream open? Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Radiant Knight, straight in there with a Prime sub. Wow! Thank you so much. I feel honored and privileged. Thank you. You've been bamboozled. Thank you for the bamboozlage. Erin, welcome on in. Where were we? I was complimenting Italian Wise Guy on the excellent name and thanking them for the follow. There we go. Bright Talk, I'm even on time. And yeah, add-ons out of date. Moose, hello. Got up at 7 today. Nice. Hey, let's get that in-game music kicking. Yeah, but Lord, it doesn't matter. It just means the dev didn't add on the latest version of the game. They just do a little API bump for the new patch. You'll probably see some of those coming out. Was that actually Angela Merkel? That's amazing. I can hear the German accent, but it could have been anyone. Yeah, just update all your add-ons on Minion. Don't worry if it shows exactly. And Wadima, hello there. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Thank you once again for joining us today. We got a look at update 48. It's like the quietest update that's released in a while because, well, it is not that big an update in terms of combat changes, drama, that kind of stuff. It's actually a little bit disappointing, you might say, in those regards, but also because we got the Writhing Wall event, we got the Witches Festival. There's plenty to occupy us right now. So I heard several people yesterday say to me, "Oh, today's patch was an actual update. Holy shit." They didn't even notice, because I guess we're not going to get into Eastern Solstice until the event is over. But technically, it is now in the game, as many of you have noticed. You can see all the landmarks now. It's not shrouded. I just wanted to run this by you guys. So I'm not certain that this is what the devs have done, but it seems to me like they removed the old version of Solstice with yesterday's patch and put in a completely new one. So all of this stuff was in the game already, but the version of the island that we had was... I don't know how that works. But like, that must be one of the things that they've worked on being able to do. Being able to have a zone that is sort of incomplete and then stealthily add the new stuff which completes it, but not make it accessible right away. Grim Reaper, just want the dog and horse from Twitch drops. Fair enough. Absolutely fair enough. Well, you feel free to mute me if you find me annoying, or you can find another stream. I will not be upset. Well, I will. I'll cry myself to sleep, but I'll get over it. I'll learn to live, but no worries. If you want to take part in the chat, feel free. Thank you for saying hello. And yeah, hope you have no issues with those drops arriving in your Twitch inventory. Yeah, Lily Dried, you can already go there. If you port to people who are on Solstice, you can, if they are close enough to the edge, you can get to people that are, you can get to a way shrine on the other side. For example, I guess if people are, I'm not sure how that's happening, but whatever, it's happening. I guess it might be this one. Either way. I would say it's a dumb bug, and I wish the devs would stop doing stuff like this. I wish they could keep a lid on these kind of things for their sake, as well as ours, but ultimately, like, it doesn't fucking matter. The Eastern Solstice, as I keep saying, I even said it in Discord, it's been on PTS for ages. It's nearly 2 months since I first went there. So big deal. Obviously, we're not supposed to be able to go there on live. I remember when they released Western Skyrim. That was, you know, it worked and everything as it should. However, people who hadn't paid for it, people who have got the chapter, were just able to port there. I can't remember exactly what they had to do, but I think they just needed to roll back a bunch of accounts. So if you went there, you know, without having bought it, your account was then subject to a rollback. So anything you'd done that day, if you got yourself a trifecta that day, But I guess people got excited and just started porting in and waddling around before they thought, hang on, I could get in trouble for doing this. But yeah. New drop campaign because of the updates. Ah! Yeah, the wall is still there, obviously, yeah. And the map is visible, exactly. And Brad, so you had to unlock the Way Shrine at the Fellowship again. Yeah, that one's been updated. Yes. Wait, we can glitch to the other side of the wall? Yeah, I think... I shouldn't say any of this on stream, probably. I could get into trouble. Should have been more careful. But there are a couple of buggy, tricksy ways that you can get over to the other side. I don't think anyone's going to get into trouble for doing it. But, and as far as I can tell, there won't be any server rollbacks. But, yeah, they're just patching all these little things. So we might have to have additional downtime in the next couple of days. But, yeah, I really wish... yeah, there we go. I haven't been to that Rampart Camp Way Shrine yet with this character. Yeah, the lead dig site can be on the eastern side now because it's, yeah, it's an entire zone. Don't Solstice daily quests now also sometimes tell you to do stuff on the east side? Yeah, they didn't quite think it through, it seems. Because they've got these things which they do routinely. And I guess... until it's testing time, you wouldn't necessarily think, none of that stuff is going to work. We are going to have to rethink the way we do this. Let me just make sure everything's cranked up here. Yeah, but Lord, I won't try to get on the other side because there were some weird bans already in the past. Yeah, Straw Hat. Or Straw Hats, rather. Welcome on in. With a name like that, you remind me of people of a certain age, shall we say. My dad loves a straw hat. I am nowhere near old enough to pull that off. I just look like an idiot, but there are people who look awesome in a straw hat. That is a phase of life I'm genuinely looking forward to in some ways. Where you can actually look good in things like tweed and straw hats and what have you. Christian Marshall, thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. Alright, let's get a couple of these dailies out of the way. If anyone has any questions about Update 48, I think we'll do a very swift whiz through the patch notes in a minute. Just to bring everyone up to speed, but I don't want to spend ages on it. Because there's not that much in there besides the new content. And, well, we already did a video on it, and I guess most of you already know most of what's coming. Another thing I want to do in the next couple of days is start looking at horror in ESO a little more. I'm not going to bother doing all of these. Not today. Let's make sure that Way Shrine is unlocked. Because, yeah, Halloween's coming up. We're definitely going to do some horror gameplay as that gets nearer and nearer. Get Maya to do some squealing. Speaking of Maya, she might even be with us relatively soon. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, there is a ton of horror in ESO that kind of It kind of slips under the radar. You could be forgiven for missing it, not really noticing how much horror is there in the game. There's a lot of it. And yeah, I thought we'd look at that real quick. But a few days ago, Maya and I had a little bit of time to ourselves, and she was really intrigued by Knights of the Old Republic during Games Fest. You remember, guys, I played it. It took ages to get it working, so I couldn't bring myself to uninstall it afterwards. Getting that game to work in 4K and everything. Look at it. This is another bug, by the way. Reported on PTS that the archers appear, but the siege tower isn't built yet. They definitely knew about these. I guess they just haven't had time to deal with them. Oh shit. This is why you bring Major Resolve. That's hilarious. This is perfect. Oh, there's only 16k. What? But yeah, this is perfect. We've got a video coming out probably today. Yeah, it should be today. On this very issue. People being too squishy. I'm not sure why I'm bringing this character to do the dailies. Because she's not set up for this. Resolve wouldn't have saved you. Oh, it definitely would. Unless I was already very, very low health. But yeah, you're right. It's not just one thing. It's a few little tweaks that we should be doing. Yeah, and video coming out on that later today, which I hope will be useful. It's not about making a solo build so much as just making a couple of minor tweaks. This could be a full-on DPS setup for trials, like full-on glass cannon squish fest, you know? And you just make a couple of basic tweaks to it, and suddenly you're going to be a lot more difficult to kill in situations like that. And I keep seeing people just get absolutely clapped, even if they don't have aggro. So that wasn't supposed to be a demonstration, but hey, it worked. Most, it's, is it Alien you and Maya are obsessed with? Never seen it and saw a picture of it while looking at things to watch. Alien and Aliens, yeah. Honestly, don't even bother with anything else in that franchise unless you get very interested. Alien was one of Ridley Scott's early movies. Fuck knows why they chose him to do it, but he'd just done this drama, this historical drama called The Duelists, and he was hired to do this crazy space horror thing, and it was very, very different initially. But because of Ridley Scott's involvement, because there were some really smart guys working on the script treatment, Dan O'Bannon, for example, and because they got Sigourney Weaver involved, who then had, you know, certain ways in which she wanted to play and portray that character. You know, there's this trope going way back to the 1920s of women kill monsters on screen. You know? The final girl, women make the best vampire slayers. It's where the whole... People talk about Buffy the Vampire Slayer as being somehow originally feminist. It fucking isn't. I think Joss Whedon, by his own admission, would say, yeah, that is a trope that we were just celebrating a little bit. So yeah, they ended up drawing on that, and they had this incredible... Ridley Scott, one of the things that he does amazingly is creating a remarkable, sort of unique visual feel in his movies. His cinematic world building is incredible. The problem is, he is a terrible judge of script. So films like Alien and Blade Runner that he made are just magnificent pieces of cinema. But other times he went on to make beautiful looking heaps of rubbish because the script he was working with was awful, and he doesn't... It's obviously not a skill that he has, is identifying a really, really great script. Anyway, and then they got H.R. Geiger on board. Geiger, I'm never quite sure which one it is. And the rest is history. What an amazing piece of work. Then James Cameron, another up-and-coming filmmaker, he'd made Terminator, but not Terminator 2 yet. And he made a sequel, which no one expected to be good, but it's like one of the greatest sequels ever made, in my opinion. So yeah. If you want something... One of the most amazing things about it is how both movies still hold up as kind of unique and different. 50 years later, almost. That's insane. Golden Sap. So yeah, Moose, give it a go. All right, might watch it soon. Yeah. And Hess, game's been unkind to me today. Harrowstorm wouldn't end after we dealt with everything. What? Holojack reset for me mid-fight. Wonder what's next. Oh no. Well, one of the things we are going to talk about once I've done this daily is some of the bugs that have appeared in this update. I don't know if any of them are game breaking, but it's not just things like getting through the wall when you're not supposed to. I love how it changes as you get close. That's so funny. I have 0 healing on this guy. Not a cliffhanger ending, first one? No. Really not. It actually wraps up really beautifully. I mean, they leave some stuff up to the imagination, I guess. But I would... Hey, Sticko just subscribed. Thank you so much, Erin, for the gifted sub there. That's amazing. But yeah, Moose, if you do check it out, I don't want to oversell it, but, you know, just prepare yourself. Sigourney Weaver does an amazing job. She's not like an on-screen sex kitten in the way that perhaps some other actors are, but, yeah, prepare to fall for her a little bit. She's so great in these films. Especially the second one. Valerina, good morning, good morning. And congrats, Sticko. Enjoy that sub. Enjoy that ad-free viewing. You can listen to my yammering without interruption. Man, this sucks. I haven't got a single drop yet. Come on, guys. Come on. Well, there we go. All I had to do was ask. Yeah, see, that's what sucks. I'm suddenly at 7 out of 8. It just seems so fickle. You could be here for 20 minutes, not getting it done, and then some joker can show up and get their drops immediately. And it just feels so unfair. I guess that's the nature of RNG. It's always the way. Hey, Lou, how's it going? Guys, come on. Come on. I want to talk patch notes. There we go. Yeah, I've no idea. This is probably wishful thinking, but I really hope that at least Gina will look at the feedback I gave during PTS, because they really didn't have much of any feedback as far as I could tell from the Writhing Wall event and the Writhing Fortress. I really hope that they will see, okay, Ninja Pulls are there, like, hammering away at this stuff and providing their take on things in a sort of a balanced way. I don't know, maybe. Maybe not. Alright, that is it. That is it for the dailies. Did one of each. Let's see what we got.
The Stark Fellowship calls for aid.
Stark Fellowship legs? No, they're not even new. Okay. Alright, well, let's take a break from that and go very, very, very quickly through the patch notes here. But Lord, I don't know, it feels like they reduced the drop rates again with the patch. No, there's no way they would have done that. That would be crazy. But, yeah, it does feel sort of capricious and a little bit random and sort of unfair. Anyway, so here we go. Update 48, Seasons of the Worm Cult Part 2. We're just going to whiz through these very quickly. Reminder, we are in a new patch. This is a quarterly update that we've just had. Just a lot of people didn't even notice, seemingly. And look who it is. Maya just walked into the room. How very exciting. Show me your nails. She had her nails done earlier today. That's pretty good. That's pretty fucking cool. Moose! Moose! Thank you for that. Alright, very quickly. Then, Eastern Solstice. Yep. This is now open. What awaits? 4 full-length objectives where choices shape the outcome of several of the quests. So this is an interesting direction for them to go in. I would be quite interested to see if that is something they continue with, you know? And get more and more ambitious about that. New public dungeon, bosses, yeah, all the usual stuff. New achievements, collectibles, the Scythe Knight outfit style. Yeah, that's a cool one if you guys haven't already seen it. For my alliance. A new emote there. Alright. Yeah, we're not going to worry too much about this. Unsheathing timing. We've updated the speed of unsheathing for all weapon types to be faster. Yeah, they want feedback on this, so you can either go to the forums, you can post it in our Discord, and we'll try to sort of send a version of all of that stuff back to the devs. Leaderboard updates are now account-based. There's been some discussion about this and how that may not necessarily be a good thing across the board. Combat animation. So this is just to reduce memory. Hopefully, if you're like me, you haven't actually experienced this yet. Hey, there's Maya. There she is. Welcome. Give it up for Maya, ladies and gentlemen. Here she is.
Hello there.
There. Thanks. How's it going?
You could stand to be a little bit louder, I think.
How's it going? Hey, thanks. Hey, Lily Giant. Moose.
Alright, we're just whizzing through these very, very quickly. So, there are some bugs with combat animations.
Oh, no.
Yeah, a friend of mine posted a very funny video of Barse. Instead of light attacking the tank, she's just teabagging the ground, basically. It looks very, very funny. And some people having issues with their characters as well. So, yeah. But in theory, it shouldn't cause any problem. It's just to reduce memory. And, yeah, hopefully whatever issues there are will be fixed in time. New homes, we've seen these on PTS. New furnishings, yada, yada, yada. These are known issues, apart from the ones we've already mentioned. Spark visuals from the Blacksmith Celebrate emote does not appear. Flipping a gazebo furnishing and jumping on it causes you to get stuck. That is very specific. Alright, yeah, okay. So this is from Gilliam here. Greetings for the Update 48 combat cycle. Core focus is to provide bug fixes. Yeah, so no major updates to subclassing. And by the way, we've got a video all about this stuff. There have been very, very few updates during the PTS cycle. It is quite a light patch, so go back if you haven't already got yourself up to speed, or if you've already forgotten, check out our Update 48 video there. We'll continue to watch discussions and experiences you get into to improve the overall gameplay experience regard to combat. We're also going over the class survey results to help us better understand your pain points with class balance and combat in general as well. Yeah, I wish they hadn't rushed the... I completely understand why they did, but, you know...
Emmanuel, thanks so much for the follow. Khan, I have a very important question for you.
Go
Sorry
for
to
it.
interrupt. Just came in. Would you like a coffee?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's have a coffee.
Oh, I was really hoping for a bit more. Yes,
I
like,
would
yeah,
freaking
sure.
love a coffee, yeah.
Anyone else taking orders? 3, 2, 1. Sorry, too late. See you in 5.
And Lost Soul Forever, new terrible animations. There are so many issues with them. That is not true. I'm not, like, there are definitely issues. I'm defending the devs from that. But I've played all day yesterday. I didn't notice a single thing. So, I played DPS. I played tank. I must have fired thousands of casts yesterday. And I didn't personally notice anything. However, those I was with, some of them were like, oh, this is really weird and buggy. And yeah, even bosses, some bosses are affected by it. So it is definitely a thing. Do they add scribing to Armory? No. No word on that yet. I have asked. I'm guessing there is some weird reason why that is difficult to do. But yeah, as I was saying, I wish they hadn't rushed the survey. So it was a little bit more... so it went a little bit deeper. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it was a great use of our time in the way that it was put together. And probably isn't going to yield that much great actionable info for them. So that was a little bit of a shame. Because it's not a thing that they do that often. But I understand. You know, getting these things out of the door. Yeah, I was using a two-hander yesterday. Lost Soul Forever. To be fair, some things... I know that animation issues in the past, sometimes they've affected high elf females. Or Bosma males. Or something weirdly. Like, they haven't affected all races in the same way. Or genders. Which is a little bit strange, but... So there may be that. There may be a component of that in there. I don't know about that at all. But, yeah, these are all... We saw all of these already. So, Apocryphal Gate fix, Sleetstorm fix, Necro fixes. This is a big one. And so far, so good. Honestly, these were mostly things that were happening on the dummy. Based on conversations that I've been having with people, but... And most, when people say add scribing to Armory, I assume they mean different Armory setups having different buffs on the same skill. No. They mean if you have two different versions of a banner or Ulfsild's contingency that you're using in two different builds, if you use the Armory to switch, you then have to go back to the scribing altar every time and update it. Because the Armory will not change the scripts that are applied. Don't know why that is, but it's a thing they haven't been able to fix. So yeah. Summons, cap, and all that stuff. Yeah, like I said, we're just going to go very quickly. Undo. Yeah, this could flip you around. That was a funny one. Oh yeah, they added a execute to Whirlwind at base, not just Whirling Blades. Yeah, light attacks, onslaughts. Unleashed Ritualist. I wasn't aware of this bug at all. There's some really weird ones. Yeah. Monomyth Reforged fixed an issue where bar swapping while sprinting would not apply the correct buffs and debuffs. This was actually an issue that a lot of people had flagged, I think. Oh yeah, entering combat with this set equipped while mounted. I actually noticed that one firsthand. New sets. Stam Health Mag. I mean, Huntsman's War Mask causing a lot of interest. But yeah, they've been struggling to balance it because initially it was underwhelming, then it was way too strong, and then maybe they nerfed it back a little bit too much again. So we'll see what happens with this one. But don't be surprised if you start hearing about the Huntsman's War Mask. Just saying. Especially if you're a heavy attack enjoyer. It's another one of these 12-piece sets. Not the worst for a brand new tank. Like if they're just making training gear, but they want to level it as a tank. Don't know why they would want to do that. but yeah. And Slavioso, thank you very much for the follow. So short kings and tall queens, Erin, yeah. Oh, I see, Moose. Yeah, I guess I misunderstood your original question. Like so, Blake Catch, you see Kamal's heavy attack glitches yesterday? No, I wasn't around yesterday. But order because it costs ink to change the scripts. I guess, but if that's the reason, I reject it. I've always assumed that it's something they weren't able to do. Now, I can't remember, but I think I spoke to Kira Ross Schlitt about this in Amsterdam last year. Remember, she was the lead, the whole project lead on scribing, so she was in charge of all of it. And I said, is that the plan so that it will work this way? I think Rich Lambert was also standing right there, and I can't be certain, but I'm pretty certain they both said, yeah, that's how we want it to work. We just have to make it work that way. But I could be making that up, so pinch of salt. War Mask is still not fun, Lily Dryad. I mean, a heavy attack mythic, how fun can it possibly be? I don't think they're really for fun. They're there for players who have got a very, very minimalist regard for the combat system and who just want to chill, but don't want to be prevented from, they don't want to have it impossible to do like huge, big chunks of group content. And I think this is just another in a long line of attempts to accommodate those players. If I were a developer, I think I'd do exactly the same. I'd probably want to accommodate these people. But I would kind of love it if someone at ZOS just said, you know what? It's not a heavy attack game. Fine. You don't want to play the combat system? Don't play ESO. Like, play the game or don't. Stop trying to make us change the game. But they would never say that. And I don't think anyone running a live service game in their right mind would take that approach. But I would kind of love it if game developers just said, hey, this game caters to this category of people. If you find yourself outside of it, we are heartbroken that you're not interested in our game or that it doesn't entertain you or interest you, but such is life. Go and play something else. Anyway, shared burdens, that one with the companions, that'll be interesting to some people. Oh yeah, they fixed this. Some of you have been complaining about that. Very loudly and very justifiably. Achievement in Naj Kaldish. What else have we got? Leaderboards have been updated to a cap of 500. The Dreadmare of 1,000 Truths. Okay. I think this is just a repetition of what they already said above. Yeah. Adjustment so that Veya's mouth moves properly when saying her lines. Okay. I wasn't aware of that. The Twilight Matriarch no longer makes an unintentional sound effect. I really want to know what that is. And I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, it's a long set of patch notes. For most players, I think this is a fairly light set of patch notes in terms of actual impact in game. Most of what people are talking about has been bugs, the animation bugs that Lost Soul Forever is talking about. So speaking of which, Lost Soul Forever on YouTube saying, on my character, animations became too fast and junky, and when I'm in combat with high APM, character just shaking like having a stroke. None of the animations are distinguishable from one another. You're indistinguishable, but I guess you meant the other one. And they've added a setting which toggles compass distance on or off, which is pretty nice. A lot of people didn't like it. It didn't really bother me, but the fact that you can now turn that off is pretty cool. So I've got a two-hander here. Let's go and see. Let's go and fight something. Fight me! War Mask works on Bash now. So English is not my first language, not even second. That is fine. No need to apologize at all. So you can see the light attacks are a little bit clunky. They do look a bit strange. Hey there, Xenia, how's it going? Let's see if we can see if we can find out more. Thing is, anything I test this on, I'm just gonna kill it immediately. I need to go and visit a dummy, don't I? Heavy War Mask will probably be best for pure single target fights by just a bit. Oh, you think so? I thought they'd gone too hard in the other direction. But yeah, it looked amazing for pure single target fights. Let me take another look at the tooltips. In the early weeks of PTS, it was like, and then my focus has just been on other stuff. So that's a bit weird. Oh my god, Celine is so annoying. Like, fuck off. Sorry. So let me get rid of the monster set so we can actually see what's happening. Yeah, Lost Soul is saying Alduin tested the new mythic. It's not better for single target and significantly worse for AoE. Well, it would definitely be worse for AoE. But it should be. I think Tevi's right in terms of the design goal. If you've got a pure single target fight, it ought to be slightly better. But I just don't get it. I'm not sure why they constantly talk about getting away from the formulaic release model. Why are they still releasing mythics? Like, they're either boring and sort of unsatisfactory to a lot of players, and players then grumble about, oh, they're releasing these sets which will never be useful. Or if they make them interesting, there's a real risk that they become overpowered. And even if it's only situationally, I don't know. I've never been convinced mythics are a good thing in this game. Convinced. I'm not like a hater or anything. I use them. I don't mind them. But I've always wondered, like, is that just to have a dozen different mythics that I have to juggle constantly? I don't know. Seems a bit much. But yeah, it does look a bit janky. You see that? Honestly, this could be the issue. So, like, if I'm in a trial, there's no way I'm noticing that. I mean, I've never used Wrecking Blow in a trial anyway. Not in a million years, but I just wouldn't notice that it's there because I'm not watching my animations. As long as the attacks are going through, I guess I wouldn't mind. But yeah, that does look weirder. But let's be real, two-hander, a Wrecking Blow always looked a little bit weird. I know so many people who can't use it, don't use it, because they just don't like the way it feels. Try as we might, it's difficult for our psyches to shut out the appearance of the timing and the sound effects from these attacks. So people weave different things differently. Like, they will weave whip very differently to the way they weave Wrecking Blow.
Hello,
Welcome back. But even though they should be the same, if you just sit down and you cannot see what your character is doing, but you just see like a clicker or a timer in the middle of the screen, then they're exactly the same. But people don't see that. They inevitably watch the character and what the character is doing, and then we get thrown off. And it's when people fuck up. Killer's Blade is a good example. Executioner from the two-handed skill line are good examples. You'll see people losing a ton of light attacks in Execute because they're trying to go too fast. They're watching the animation and getting their cue slightly wrong. So yeah, I completely get it. And that sucks to have that.
Hey, Kazi.
Have that putting you off.
Kazi, a back pain from hell today.
Oh, that
Must have
sucks.
slept like a limp
I'm
lizard.
sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. But saying, but a nice lunch walk sorted most of it out, at least. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. And there is Lou saying, yeah, my back is also out of order, defaulting today to stream watching and max comfort. I approve. Oh, thanks, Erin.
Not sure why people are telling me that Warmask works on Bash. Like, we literally just read the description of it. But yeah, I'm a little bit behind. Cyborg, I wish they optimized ink usage. By the way, right now, the amount you typically have doesn't really act as a constraint, as I assume it was supposed to. Yeah, I don't know if it was ever supposed to, but they didn't think it through. They would have been better off just not having ink as a thing. It's pointless. Because you're right. I mean, how much do I have these days? It's in the craft bag, isn't it? It's just meaningless. The idea that I should... Oh, there's a cost to me doing scribing. It's... Yeah, it feels self-defeating. They just shouldn't have had a currency for it at all. It's just a thing you can do infinitely. Or they just charge gold. I don't know.
There you are. I have been expecting you.
And yeah, it seems alright for PvP. Yeah, for PvP takedown, seems okay, but think of the other mythics that are so valuable in PvP. It's really going to have to make the case for itself. And Belorda, 2-bar heavy attack builds can be engaging, but I don't like heavy attacks much. Desi tested it last week, he could be purged. Hey, Grey Kirk, how's it going? I did not know that. Alright, fair enough. Moose, do they fix it so you can use any consumable while channeling? Not just crown consumables? Good question. Looks that way. I just took a potion while channeling. That is very, very low-key. Quite a nice change, isn't it?
Hey, Blackfire, thank you so much for the follow.
Thank you, thank you. And Monomyth leads fixed now too. Excellent. Awesome. But Lord, I will test. Lily Dryad, I do 1-bar heavy attack because I can't do 2-bar. It's too much for my brain. Yeah, like I said, I have no issue with the devs. I think if I were involved in a discussion at the studio, every bone in my body tells me I would absolutely want to accommodate heavy attack players. I would. Or 1-bar players, or just all players. I am a terrible people pleaser. But I don't know. Every now and again, you get a game developer who says, you want the game to work this way? Tough. And I really admire that. I really admire that attitude. I think a giant live service game, an MMO like this one, they simply can't afford to have that kind of edge. By the way, speaking of edgy things that developers do, did you guys see The Outer Worlds 2 is out? I'm really considering getting it. I just have a million other games I need to play, so it probably won't happen. But I really want to play that thing, and I've seen some really encouraging reviews. But check it out. So there was a $100 like premium edition, you know, with the content pass or the season pass or whatever. So you know the 2 DLCs that are confirmed, you will get those. There are a bunch of other things in there, yada yada yada. But ultimately, yeah, there's also a little bit of price, you know, inflating the price for a little bit of premium goods. And apparently, there's a system in the game where you can accept flaws. It's something called a flaw. It's a character mechanic, an RPG system where your character has certain flaws innate to them. I don't know if you can remove them. I think they're permanent, but whatever. The point is, it's like a kiss-curse thing. So you can be better with melee weapons, but terrible with guns. Or, I don't know, something like that. Like I said, I haven't played the game, but there is one unique flaw that you have access to if you pay for that premium $100 edition, and it basically says you're a sucker, so you are terrible at everything becomes cheaper, but you sell at rubbish prices or something like that, because your mind has been twisted by consumerism, and you're an easy target. So they're like taking the piss out of the people who bought their special premium edition in a nice way. It's still a buff with a little bit of a debuff, but it's like winking at them and saying your mind is addled with consumerism. I thought that's very, very funny. What do you guys think of that? Maya was kind of shocked that they had the guts to do that.
Well, the way you sort of described it initially sounded like A, it was permanent, B, there was just no kiss, mostly just curse. But that's not the case. You can accept it. So, but still, I love it. That's so fun.
Calling a spade, I think, yeah. And also, yeah, the Wrecking Blow is a slow start and then a very fast finish. Yeah, it definitely throws people off. It's definitely a thing. Yeah, sorry to hear about all the bad backs. That sucks. And Gunbro, hello there!
I absolutely commiserate.
Oh yeah, don't talk to Maya about bad backs. We'll be here all day. And Moose saying, what do you mean the same kind? There's only one type of Iron Atronach dummy. There are other trial dummies as well with the same health, but yeah. Yeah, if you say puppet, Lily, it totally throws me off. The Atronach puppet. Just makes,
Honeybee, thanks for the follow.
just makes me think of a cute little Iron Atronach that I can put on my hand. Hello.
Cute little Atro, don't attack me.
We should totally have hand puppets of all the Daedric princes when we go on cam. How would you control the Mehrunes Dagon one with like 4 arms? that'd be difficult.
Just have them flippity floppity around.
Yeah, read the patch notes, Khan. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I mean, guys. I just read the patch notes. Why are you telling me? That's what I mean. So funny. It's a thing that you get when you're streaming. People will tell you things that you almost want to tell them to STFU, because of course I know that. The sun is in the sky, Khan. Water is wet. Grass is green. You're a moron. And you just have to kind of keep it together and not answer those comments in the way that you would answer anyone saying that to your face. Because when it's face to face, you can smile and you can laugh. Yeah. Conversation like this is very different.
My friend.
Maya, you going to come and do a couple of dailies with me while you're here? We should also do a giveaway. How long have you got?
Like an hour?
It is midday in 1 minute. Should we do a giveaway on the hour and then another one in 30 minutes?
Sure.
Maya's giving it all away today. I'm really torn on this outfit. Oh, she pulled it away. The new one in... Why am I always on a male character when I show this one? It obviously tends to look a little bit better on lady characters, but... I'm torn. The fact that you can't dye the feathers kind of sucks, but it does look really cool. Are you going to bring a tank, Maya?
I'm sorry, I'm not logging in. Not yet.
Oh, you're not going to do that? Alright. Well, but did you want to in a minute?
Yeah, I'm just sorting out a few things. In what way is it fucked? Oh. Okay.
Alright, let's catch up with chat before I go in here. I'm going to mute this stream, Xenia. Alright, fair enough. So players can't read SMH, so Khan is becoming one of us, yeah. Are you guys hearing me through Maya's microphone, or is that just me? Valona, thank you. Literally quoting the tooltip. Erin, oh, hi, best bro. Adam, thank you very, very much. And Honeybee, thank you very much for the follows. Bad backs are the worst, Johnny says. I currently have 2 bulging discs in my lower spine. Man, it just... Yeah, it's so unfair. I had a friend whose wife did one thing. One time they were getting ready to go on holiday. She did that thing where she grabbed the empty suitcase, or it might have been full, whatever, and she turned while she was holding it. So she was holding a relatively like medium heavy object, nothing crazy, but she did that mistake. She didn't turn with her legs, she turned her spine. Something went crack, and she has been like in wheelchairs
That genuinely scares me.
and bedridden like most of her life since. It was a bad injury, and because she was very unlucky and had bad doctors, bad treatment, it made it worse and worse and worse, and everything they tried didn't fucking work. It got to the got to the point where she had one of those vibrating devices attached to her spine, and they would have to operate to get in and change the battery. I can't remember exactly how it worked, but obviously this thing needed charging. It's fucking insane. Poor woman. Really, really harsh. Water can be very solid. We're hearing you through my... although not anymore. Yeah, yeah. Stop now. Thank you, thank you. Sticky Poop Shoot, what's up? How's it going? What is up is I'm about to die to Lord Hollowjack. We'll try to avoid it, of course. We'll switch to the correct food first. Hey, F. Duffy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you for the follow as well. Watching contortionists and gymnasts scares me. Oridan Cake, hey gang, happy Tuesday. Lurking and pretending to work. Lurking while working. Give it up for Oridan Cake, ladies and gentlemen. Also a streamer. If you want to check out their channel, let's do a little shout out here. I always feel like Maya is going to try and race me for the shout out, see who gets it first. But yeah, hit that follow button, check Oridan Cake out as well. Alright, I think we're ready to go. I did discover that you can do this fight without major resolve. And you can do it with without having to kill any of the scarecrows. You know, in Execute, I'm always killing all 3 scarecrows just to be safe. I brought the Nightblade in here, and I did not have to do that. I was able to just nuke him. But I think with this setup, the burst damage isn't quite high enough, so I'm not going to risk it. Hey, Tagbot Blue, thank you very much for the follow. Staff is that? Looks really cool. This is the Troll King. The vicious, the cruel, the Troll King.
They're not real.
Oh, that hurts my throat doing that lady's that voice. Yikes. I am having issues in here, like every now and again things just do not cast.
So what do you want to give away?
You decide. We have so many options.
Let's give us our crowns.
Let's do
So
it.
1,500 crowns, any platform?
Let's do it.
Crouch. He's too powerful.
All right, so very simple. It's a speedy giveaway. So we're going to do a random number range, and I'm going to give you that range. Lily tried ready. I'm going to give you that range, and you guys just need to spam that chat with numbers. Keep it coming. As many guesses as you want, and whoever guesses it first gets 1,500 crowns. Any platform. Whoever guesses the correct number first, obviously.
Yeah, let's go. Perfect time to do it while I'm somewhat concentrating here.
All right, so the number, I'm going to give you the range, and then I go 3, 2, 1, go. And that's when it's live. So the random numbers range is between 1 and 200, and the giveaway is live in 3, 2, 1, go.
And this is for how many crowns, Maya? Just tell the people.
1,500.
Oh, come on. The mechanic was fucking done. I just got too excited about the giveaway.
Ooh, look at those
Let's
guesses.
go. Guess as many times as you want, guys. Someone is walking away with the crowns. We won't stop until that happens.
Hey, Erin! Congratulations, Erin.
That is the stupidest death in here ever, isn't it?
Fuck yeah. All right.
They are illusions.
Well, we have a winner, but don't worry, we will do another giveaway soon.
I'm sure I'll be back to Sean Connery now.
We are back to Sean Connery, yes.
We'll give away more crowns soon. Sooner rather than later. Money penny. It is actually driving me crazy. I'm having to double cast so many things. Rune just will not go off. the you know, the scalding rune.
Hey, thanks for the follow there. Sobrat, thank you.
Yeah, the double whammy, like the combo, the tag team move of the, what are these things anyway? What are they called? The patch ray? Weird name. If they jump on you just as he's doing this mechanic. Very rude.
Pingzor, thank you so much for the follow.
Right, this time I will stay in sneak until the mechanic is over.
We must stay hidden for now.
Like, I completed the mechanic, I just stood up a little bit too quickly. Never stand up too quickly, you can give yourself a head rush. Or you can hurt your back.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
Oh, another thing I've noticed is that if you're keeping your eyes open, you can see a little weird glitch often just before a bird spawns in. I think it's when the game picks a spot for the bird to land, you see a little flicker there. And that can give you like several seconds early warning as to where the bird is going to be. Probably not useful unless you're here with 1 or 2 people. See, I waited this time. Smart. Yeah, they're definitely... I definitely feel like they're telling us porkies with the animation thing. That the new animations make no difference. They certainly feel different. Like light attacking into a bow proc feels slightly different than it did. Okay, 40. Come on, dude. It's time for your mechanic.
Crouch! He must not hear or see you. Your pounding heart betrays you.
Hello there.
Are you busy with the giveaway, Maya?
No, done.
Oh, nice. Well, congrats
Sorted.
again, Erin.
Yeah. And then I'm waiting, once you're done with that kind, I'm waiting for our world boss.
Oh, fun.
It is fun.
See if we can see that that flicker. Oh no, it's already spawned in.
But yeah, I know what you mean. I was watching that yesterday.
It's definitely there. You don't
Yeah.
always see it in time, but if you're solo, you have a much better chance of seeing the first bird early. That's pretty cool.
Well, that my group made it into the new patch leaderboard for Cloud Rest. You mean since yesterday? Nice. But yeah, I
think if you clear, you get on the leaderboard, yeah. But still, nice job on clearing it. I'm not going to go for that. It's too risky.
Hey, that'll be right. Yes, I'm here for a little bit.
Luna! Luna! And we're done.
Do you have delusions about lasting pain?
He is such a cool sort of looking
He looks
creature,
ace,
right?
but yeah, the
Yeah.
fight is weird as hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't love it.
Oh, that was bad. I shouldn't have let him hit me with that.
I hate that. Yeah. It's just you constantly getting stunned, and it gets very frustrating.
It's one of the ways in which it might actually be easier to do this solo. It's longer and
Yeah.
slower and definitely more boring, but
I do love the design of this place as well.
yeah, visually it's excellent. That's what I mean.
It's very Apocrypha-esque.
Oh, come on. No,
Hey, Kazi.
no, I messed up the sustain situation. Why don't you just come in here with? Oh, in fact, no. Let's finish soloing it. The new animations are they're making like light attacking into a Boproc, and Elisas feels weird. I've really noticed that.
Oh my god, my clip made it to top 3 here. Today is my day. Which one was that? Hang on.
They're not real. Your eyes can't be trusted.
Can't for the win. A dumb clip. I mean, it's this channel, so likelihood is. Oh, if you stream together, you can earn scary emotes.
What does that mean?
Ooh.
Stream together? What do you mean?
Well, when you knock on, streamers collaborate. If you participate in 1, 3 or 4 or 5 plus, you get emotes. Oh, that's so cute. There's like a pumpkin that's shaped as a cat.
Can anyone see this? Oh, come on, I wasn't even in there.
I can share the blog post if anybody wants to have a peek.
Nah, it's alright. I just wondered if is that something I can put on screen or...
Crouch.
But I guess not.
You must stay hidden for now.
Yeah, I think they did that last year, but I think there was talk of doing some stuff, but I think I was sick most of October, or the last week or 2 of October, so just nothing really happened. So that was very frustrating. I was like, I want to do creepy stuff.
There
but
we
I'm
go.
too
You
sick.
guys saw that, right?
Yeah. All I'm hearing is collab, yeah. Actually, I do remember doing something, streaming in that category last year. I want to say we did something with Hyper, and we didn't get the emotes. I was a bit like, well, it didn't freaking work then, did it? But that's awesome. Yeah, keep clipping stupid stuff, guys. We love it. I think one of my favorite clips, certainly from the latest raid train. Actually, there were quite a few good ones. But there was one that Tevi got. Was it Tevi? Tevi got some awesome stuff from Wes. Trans rights. That's a good one.
That was fucking great.
That was great. There was
Shia
one-
Gorath saying trans rights are human rights.
Yeah.
And the Axeman, the shrouded Axeman,
That's the one I was thinking.
saying
Yeah.
ordering a takeaway.
Who clipped that one?
Chicken nuggets.
Crouch. These two
Yeah, that was Tevi as well. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, those, I love those.
Yeah, genius. It's just people being game for it. Alright, where's that bird gonna land?
Yeah, maybe we should, hang on, when is this collaboration thing happening? So it's Twitch Fright Fest. It started yesterday and it goes on till November the 2nd, so over the weekend. Maybe I'll post something in like our Discord or something if some streamers want to like get on board and get some emotes, get some stupid collaboration going. That might be quite fun.
Well, so how exactly do you get them?
You just co-stream.
We're just doing a
That's
work meeting in the middle of a stream here. I love it.
You just co-stream.
It's efficient. Yeah, but I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
You like we did
So
with Pain
you
in the
get
Axe.
an emote, or everyone watching gets an emote, or what's the deal?
Yeah, it's not clear to me.
Right. So yeah, it's not just me.
Sorry, you were asking what's co-stream? How does that work?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I was
yeah.
explaining that bit first.
But you know, how is the add-on then? How is the emote then awarded? Sort of, that was the question. So yeah, unclear. Twitch instructions unclear.
It's a long hours blog. We'll see. Any present viewers will receive the reward, so that might be quite fun, actually.
That is pretty good then.
You
Then
just
it's worth
stream
the-
together.
'cause if it's just the streamers who then can use it,
Well, that's
I'm not
pointless. Yeah, I
sure,
would have
yeah.
assumed. Yeah.
where's the
You-
value in that?
and you stream together or use shared chat for 5+ minutes. So you can just have even shared chat, so you don't even have to, and you just have to stream in a particular category. Get featured on the front page shelf. Right, stay tuned for that one. Anyway, instructions unclear. I built a rocket ship instead of getting a reward. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Twitch, I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to be extremely careful. Hey, have a good time at gym, Tevi. Impressive. Like, they're trying to be so careful not to, like, say anything incorrect or something that it ends up being incredibly vague. Like, it's an art form, I think.
Well, because it's all done with promotion in mind. We want these features to get used. That's why clarity is so much more difficult to do, to provide.
Yeah, exactly.
Than people give it credit for. So that was actually one of the faster ones, 5.5 minutes, because to my surprise, we skipped the scarecrows and execute.
Oh, hey, Rick and Mortis, how's it going? Stupid stuff, like installing Windows 11. Or did that not go so well yesterday? Oops. We thought about it, but he said Windows 11 is good enough. Even it is, yeah, okay.
Well, that was fun.
Hey, Schnacks, how's it going?
So how do you think that works? This is a total guess, but do you think if you can get him below 20% fast enough, he just won't spawn the scarecrows? That's what it seems like.
I mean, I haven't done it enough, but
And
if that's...
And are you guys hearing me coming through Maya's mic again?
Oh,
I
for Pete's
am
sake.
like, no, don't worry about it. Unless chat can
I'm
hear
sorry.
you. Shh. Unless chat can hear you, it doesn't matter. If I can hear myself, it's fine. But if chat can hear me twice, then a little bit weird. But don't worry about it.
Kazi's saying no.
Good. Thank you. That should be it. Cool. Can't believe you're not joining me for these, Maya. Shocking.
I'm here. Like, I've been waiting.
Absolutely shocking.
Can hear fine, thank you.
I'm not sure why I'm doing them. They don't drop anything good, and then the holojack one is like 5 minutes minimum.
You both good, appreciate it. It's really weird, I don't get it, how it can sound different on Discord when that is what's getting streamed, but as long as you guys are getting the good experience, then fuck it. It's awesome.
Bit of a shame to start with no ult, but this guy is easy, so we're not going to worry too much about it.
Yeah, does anybody have fun plans for Halloween? I don't know why I did it like that, but it seemed appropriate.
What are our plans for Halloween? Just watch a ton of horror movies.
And play scary games, yeah. Now, the really most important thing, Khan. Do we have candy for trick-or-treaters?
No, we don't.
Is that mostly because we then have loads left over and would have to eat it?
Well, yeah, since we moved here, we never know how many we're gonna get. I don't think we've ever had loads, but we've had evenings where there were quite a few groups of kids come by, and we were definitely glad that we had some trick-or-treat stuff. But then other years we've had literally no one knock on the door, or just like one little toddler with their dad.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to know, and I don't want a bunch of rubbish quality chocolate kicking around the house.
How about we just go rogue this year? We buy a lot of
Celery.
I was thinking like clementines, like mandarins, oranges. Here you go.
I'm sure, I could be making this up, but I'm sure the first time I ever went trick-or-treating, it's not really a thing, but people started doing it. I don't know if it was ever a thing in Denmark. I think I did it once in Denmark, done it a few times in the UK, but it was a fairly recent thing. And yeah, I'm sure we were given fruit and things like that as well.
Rigor mortis Halloween, I go disguised as myself. The most shocking costume. Or I could go as Belorda, wow. You could fool them with chocolate-covered Brussels sprouts, that's true. But then we'd have to either buy them or make them. Alatariel, how do you keep your stamina? AB? With 2 flails and beaming. I have issues maintaining it on long fights. Up. Yeah. Stamina up.
It just in that fight or in general? It's one of the easiest setups to sustain ever. I get a lot of questions like this on YouTube. It's probably the number one question I get. Actually, no, the number one question is, oh my god, can you just like show the setup? How am I supposed to follow the build? And what people haven't bothered to do is when I bring up this screenshot, like I put that literally 25 seconds into the Templar video, the Dark Templar, this comes up and I say, this setup. And I show it again like 3 times during the video. And then at the end I also show this. You know, after the dummy hump. And I shit you not, I think I've had 30 comments. Some of them polite, saying, oh, I'm probably being blind, but I can't see it. So, and I got one just a couple of days ago saying, how the fuck am I supposed to even follow this? You skipped so much. It's like, no, you skipped so much, apparently. You didn't even watch the first 25 seconds if you missed that thing. So that's number one. Number two is it's always about sustain, and I don't know. But my assumption is always that people are missing something. Because in the same way that when we go over CMX reports, we always find that people are missing something here and there. You know, they got the wrong CP, they've gone over the crit cap, or they don't have enough crit, or you know, they got the wrong Mundus even, or they're, you know, all these little things. Some of them big, but mostly they're small things. I don't know what the answer is with sustain, but I'm guessing you've missed something. If you can't sustain a beam build, it's one of the few DPS builds that can genuinely run the banner without much trouble. Throw more Boprocs in there. Make sure you're using the Boproc which is from your off resource. So if you're a stamina character, use Merciless Resolve. This is not always the case, right? But whichever resource is under the least amount of pressure, take the Grim Focus Morph that uses that resource, and you can help things a lot. Make sure you're wearing enough medium armor. Like I'm in 6 medium here. You can put an Absorb Stam enchant on one of your weapons. And that's not optimal, but if you cannot sustain without it. In that particular fight, I was using what people call pass food, you know, recovery food. But almost everywhere I will run max health food, because you don't need the extra sustain. Use the correct potions. The whole video coming up on this later today. Right, Maya, I'm porting to you. Let's go. It's going to be all about this, how to make your character more, give it more survivability, more sustain, just make it a little bit, it's not a solo build, but, you know, a DD with a thick skin is the phrase I'm using. And it turns out, like, if you go to Hyperioxy's website and look at his solo builds, with just a few tweaks, you can get, like, halfway to that level of survivability almost. It's insane. How much survivability and tankiness is available to us now in the game without losing any damage. Where's the boss? People actually killing this one?
Yeah, somebody just killed it.
Should we go somewhere else? Can anyone think of
Yeah.
a crazy world boss they'd like us to... Like a world boss you haven't seen forever? One that used to be really difficult. What other ones are there? Should we see if we can solo the Nightmare down here? Clap Bowl. Is that the Nightmare one? I think it is.
Wait, hold on. Headed to Old Isra.
That looked funny. That's Seeker, just dead. You can port to me, Maya. Common issue with Sustain is overcasting Lost in Eternity. That's probably true as well, yeah. Oregon Cake, we have a pumpkin hunt in-game and some raids. That's fun. BCL's going to be a werewolf in-game or IRL? Either way, that's pretty fun.
Yeah, we
I
used
did
to
a werewolf once. As in, I dressed up as one. I didn't do a werewolf.
that came out weird, yeah. Yeah, we used to do loads of sort of Halloweeny stuff, but I think the guild sort of became a bit too,
Yeah, I fucked a werewolf once. Never heard howling like it, I can tell you that.
like getting, you know, more about, not achievements, but like, hey, we do trials, we don't do stupid stuff. I do kind of miss that.
Did you just horn?
I did, yeah. I just got excited.
Why not
I
wait
thought-
for the boss?
I thought it was, and I just didn't. I mean, he was the. I don't know.
I was just using this guy to build ult, funnily enough. I could fool them with chocolate-covered Brussels sprouts. Belorda hates Brussels sprouts, so that is quite a visceral recommendation. Rigor Mortis, I go disguised as myself, the most shocking costume. Yeah, just knock on an old person's house, say, this is the most terrifying costume there is. I am the future of this country. How do we get in? The entrance is down here, isn't it? Oh, for fuck's sake, this is the wrong one. Where is the one, the Nightmare one? It must be up here, Nightmare Den. Oh fuck, we could do this one since we're here. Looks like it's up. You ready, Maya?
I don't know where you are.
Use the map.
No, I am already. I'm just saying, give me a sec.
And Lena Elvira, my daughter's hosting a pre-trick or treat party again this year. She said she wants me to dress like a Wednesday Addams because I have super long hair. So I can put it in
Oh, that's so
braids.
cool.
That is pretty fun. That's a cool costume as well. That is always dope.
Let's go.
I was just trying to catch up with chat.
I ain't got time for this. We gotta kill monsters. Oh, ow.
There's nothing in here that should make you go, ow. You're literally on a tank.
Yeah, I fell over. I slipped on a banana peel. May have been some innards. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
No.
It is almost time.
No, it freaking isn't. You don't sing Christmas songs before December. No.
We wish you were. Who wants to hear some
We
Christmas
wish you would shut the
carols?
fuck up. We wish you would shut the fuck up. We wish you would shut the fuck up. Of course we don't, man. Not really.
Well, I mean, it's not going to happen. Doesn't really matter whether you wish
that's
for me
true.
to shut up or not. The partridge in a pear tree. snacks? No. I feel like we had this conversation last year.
Every
On stream.
freaking year. Every year. Oh, Crowborn Hunter hat. I already have that. Anyway, there you go. Did you want to do the nightmare as well? See if it can be soloed? I'm kind of curious. I think I've only done the boss once. And can you catch up in chat meanwhile, or shall I do it? Biolina Evera was saying, I mean, you should dress up with that name. You should dress up as Elvira, but maybe that wouldn't be appropriate for your daughter's trick-or-treat party. Gentlemen, if you don't know who I'm talking about by Elvira, don't Google it if you're at work. Do not Google it. It's not that bad, but...
But it's, yeah.
I still don't know how they engineered those outfits in that movie. So, Lena Vera now has to go and find a white t-shirt to go with my black dress and legit never owned a white shirt. Let's cosplay as maintenance workers, go trick-or-treating at a museum. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good one, Erin, and I've been told yesterday that I look terrible. Good choice. What?
It's dreadful. Like, who would do that? And did you tell them to fuck off?
There's no way someone said that to you.
Well, sometimes people do the thing of, oh, you look really tired. Fuck you. I actually put makeup on today for a change. Thanks for that.
My sister always says that. Oh, how you doing? Oh, you all right? You look tired. It's like, why? Why are you saying this? I am tired. I'm trying to be a fucking content creator. I sleep 5 hours a night and work the other 19 every day. What do you want from me?
For you can't. It's more like sleep for 5 hours and work the other 30. That's what it feels like.
I wish there were more hours in the day for me to work. Or then if that were true, I'd probably be dead. But yeah, I have so much to do. I have builds, website, all of that stuff. Maya, do you want to port to me and like ride over here just in case I can't solo it? Then I'll be annoyed and will want to kill it. Oh, hello. Yeah, I think I've only done this one time. And I definitely didn't solo it. Yeah, who said that? The brother of her friend? Rubbish. Alice Ariel running. Tome Templar DK at the moment. Took a screenshot. We'll check it out. I see. Right, so you're running quite different skills. The brother of my partner was having a migraine, was almost throwing up. Oh, okay, well that's different. They said, oh, you look terrible. Then that's like an expression of concern. But yeah, probably not what you want to hear. Belorda looked like Gollum. My precious. Although Andy Serkis Gollum is more like... You have to do a little baby voice, and then do the sort of monster voice on top of it.
That's all kinds of fucked up.
Trixie Hobbitses. It's like that. It's that kind of thing.
Good.
Well, it's just those two voices, which are individually very easy to do. You know, like you do that all the time, right? And then a sort of vampire growl kind of thing. You just mix the two together and you've got an Andy Serkis Gollum. Not to downplay his genius. You then have to act with it as well. That's the tricky part.
And also keep it up for a very, very long time.
And Lily was saying, is there an alternative for the Sergeant set? Not really. But I don't know a ton about heavy attack builds, to be honest. Yeah, Kazi, exactly. The Django used to be super hard. That's why we were there. It was like unsoloable back in the day, or at least as far as I could tell. It's still a bit annoying, but it's not difficult. Werewolf in real life BCL, I like it. A hirsute man, I'm guessing. This is my nightmare boss. You need to kill it like 20 times for the lead. Yeah, I remember that. That's our origin story, isn't it, Belorda? I came over and did that boss with you a million fucking times. I could be strict Catholic now. No Christmas songs before Advent. Yeah. Orange cake. Honestly, the trick-or-treaters come out early. I always think it's the postman and fall over my Christmas tree. Everything has Sergeant. It really, really does. Yeah. Sergeant is one of the strongest heavy attacks. Exactly, yeah. And Gunbro said, my friend's mum once forgot about her daughter's costume party. Came up with a costume at the last minute. Dressed her daughter in torn clothes and rags. And told her she would be Cinderella before the transformation. Just rub a little bit of dirt on it, sweetie. You'll be fine. You look terrible. If you need help of any kind, please tell me. Those were his exact words. Jeez. Yeah, the full statement doesn't make it sound as bad. You're right, Erin. Yeah, Lily Drad, what's the alternative? As far as I know, civilian set. The major set. Adagra. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Just catching up the chat now. We're going to solo this thing, hopefully. I mean, after I told him that I'm not feeling well, I gave him the keys and instantly went back inside. He wrote me a direct message on Discord when he was back home. I see. So that's just someone being nice. It's not like you're just walking down the street, having gone shopping, and someone walks past you and says, bruh, you look fucked up. Whoa. Hey, you're on a 7-stream streak. Thank you so much for that. Love it. I hope I'm not saying that wrong. And Belorda, you also had bad luck. Came to assist because people will get the lead when I'm around. Khan and Maya will solo this boss together. I'm just going to solo it now. Maya just stepped AFK. Let's give it a go. I don't even remember what it does, so I'll probably die shamefully. Oh, it hits hard. Those AoEs really hurt. Its direct attacks? Not so much. I do not remember what this is. I'm just gonna be safe and kill everything.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Woof, meow. You should have a woof. I need to record. I keep saying it. Ted sort of is not as shouty as he used to be, but we need to record him meowing. And have that as the thing. Because he's so cute.
Oh, come on, give me a fucking break. I don't really know what's happening here. Nothing seems to be that much of a threat except the boss. And what happens if I ignore the ads? Let's try it again. I think I've genuinely done this once. So it's just total ignorance. Almost. I'm going to try and stay on the boss a little more. Otherwise the fight is going to get
You want me to
really
get involved?
long. No, let's try another one first.
Justin, thank you so much for the give Doggo a treat. Hey Doggo, did you hear that? Do you want a treat? Get treat.
Silly question. It is a fantastically designed monster. I love it. So horrible. Something does really hurt.
Do you want to get involved? Did you say no?
No, not just
okay,
yet.
Okay. Give Ted a treat, thank you, Belorda.
I think it might be the heavies from the smaller ads. It's something that I'm not really noticing until it chunks my health. Jesus. Yeah, the incoming damage is no joke.
You're not wrong, Belorda. I think all the prices were reduced for an event.
Oh, Maya, you're getting attacked. Just be careful.
I know. And I haven't put them back up. I need to probably put them back up. I think that the dog's getting a bit, she's getting too many treats. And she will eat them. Oh, we were going to do another giveaway.
No. Oh, fuck, come. Ah.
Did you say for come?
I was going to say
Jeez.
something else.
Oh.
I stopped myself.
Oh, Alatariel, thank you so much. Give Floofs a treat. Right, do you want another treat?
So the fight really isn't that hard. It's just the ads are pretty dangerous, and I got very, very unlucky. That was a perfect time for the boss to stun me there, and I just couldn't get the beam back up in time. That's what he said. I hate these Dark Souls style wind-ups. Like, the wind-up takes 10 seconds. And you stop and start blocking way too early.
Cyborg is saying, no pale order.
No.
Is it reaving blows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me check. Yeah. I don't know, if I was feeling lame and cheeky, I would say that the animations are throwing me off a little bit. I did feel like that was happening in HoloJack, but here, I don't think that's what's going on. I think I'm just making stupid mistakes and being too lazy. Because the boss feels kind of chill, and then suddenly it's taken you down to almost no HP.
What should we give away now, Khan?
What have we got?
Everything. Shall we do a pink torch bug across all platforms again?
Let's do a torch bug, yeah.
I don't have any here. No, that's not right. That
Well,
can't
then
be
let's
right.
not do a torch bug. Have we got another content pass? You know, with phase 2 starting. Oh, we're out?
Well, no, but hang on.
I'm constantly being locked out of my beam as well. I do hate that about the beam. That if you get CC'd, you can't reinitialize it for ages. And if you're relying on it for shields and healing, it feels like an eternity. Play it safe. I'm sure if you just bring a setup more suited to the boss, you can probably just dust this thing completely. The animations on this monster are really, really horrible. Mad respect. You are muted, Maya.
Yes, I am. No, I've got loads of torch bugs coming now. So, yep. Let's do a giveaway for the torch bug pet. Any platform.
Whoa, what?
So you guys ready to spam that chat with numbers again? Yay!
Let's do it. So you're giving away a torch bug, not a content pass.
Yes.
Just to be absolutely clear, I feel like every time we do a giveaway, we should be fully clear on what it is, how it works. Okay, so this is a freebie. It's a relatively rare pet, although so many of them have been given out on Twitch by now. I wonder how many people have them. It's very cute, and all you have to do, Maya, to get it is what?
Is spam chat with numbers, basically. So I'm going to give you guys a random number range, and you guys just have to guess. Whoever guesses first wins. That's it. It's that simple. Don't be shy.
Whoever guesses correctly first.
That's what I said, isn't
No,
it?
whoever guesses first. It's 64. I win.
Anyway, whoever gets it first, whoever guesses the correct number first will win. Nightbot's got to keep an eye on that. So yeah, are you guys ready? So I'm going to give you the numbers range, and then I go 3, 2, 1, and it's live. Don't, Alatariel, no. All right, so the random numbers range is between 1 and 300, and it's live in 3, 2, 1, go. Spam that chat. Don't be shy. You can't overdo it. Yay! Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Thank you, Belota. Hey, keep bringing it, keep bringing it. It's between the number 1 and 300, including number 1 and 300. Let's go, and this is for the pink torchback pet on any platform. Let's go, 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 go. Ooh, this looks like a long one. Wow, still no one guessed it yet. Ooh, still all up for grabs, my friends.
Nice. Yeah, don't stop, guys. Guess as many times as you like.
Don't stop. No, don't stop. No, never mind. Wow, that how many digits? Guys, over 1,000? Too much. It's between 1 and 300. I'm guessing that's maybe people who already have it, so they're just like guessing random stuff. But it's funny to see, people guessing, and there's like 10,100,003.
That is a very weird fight. Like, that last ball felt incredibly easy. Others, I got absolutely butchered. Very interesting.
Lily Dry!
There we go.
Congratulations!
Congrats, Lily! That boss fight was for you guys.
The dog is excited. The dog is
Who would have the guts? Who would have the guts to teabag this thing after killing it? I'm not sure that I would.
Hey. Get off. Get off the table. Sorry. That's the dog on the table for a change, not
Yes,
the cat.
it's not me.
Oh, it's Khan. What? Any hoodle poodle.
It's much more soloable than I thought, but yeah, there's a lot of incoming damage in there. So, yeah, so like Ring of the Pale Order, or like, what's the other thing? I could have... Crit Surge would probably be a really good idea in there. For the gaps between your beams, so you're still getting a little bit of heals there.
Oh, Lily Dry, there we go. I was just going to say, could you send me a little DM so I can message you? Brilliant. Thank you very much.
All right, well, yeah. Let's have a closer look at some of these animation issues. I'm curious. Because I'm I'm almost never watching my character. I'm just relying on seeing when he gets CC'd. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see that I need to break free, or what have you. Break free. Exactly, yeah. But I'm not noticing the actual movement of all the other stuff, but something about it feels a little strange with the timing.
Ooh. Yeah, I've not really done enough combat to really be up on that.
We haven't even logged in, really, since yesterday. So this is just yesterday's.
Yeah, I suppose,
changes.
yeah.
Yeah, that is different and weird.
But yeah, I have to say, I do love that Crown... completely unrelated, that Crown Store pumpkin alt for the Arcanist. I really need to go and play her more this week. Because it's just... I love it. I haven't bought anything in Crown Store that fast in a long time. but that just made me happy. I've got a pumpkin.
I do think the new animations are clunkier than the old ones. I think the devs are mistaken that it makes no difference. I think the difference is very slight, and it's probably just I'm accustomed to it, you know? So it's an arbitrary preference which will probably disappear within, I don't know, 3 days, a week. But right now, I am feeling like this is not as nice to use.
Yeah, small codes. I think crowns are okay to be redeemed in the game. I think the torch bug will work in the game, but like big crowns packs, you have to do them on the website. So, hey, run away, how's it going? So even if it says, oh, it's already been used, when you do it in game, just do it on the website and it should work. That's the weirdest thing, that it says, oh, it's already been redeemed. Why not just say, sorry, got to redeem on the website? Because that's such a, because as a content creator that, you know, gives out a code, you freak out. It's like, oh my god, it's done, oh no. But yeah, have it, awesome.
And Arcanist isn't the best thing to test it with. Let's try surprise attack. And I'll try not to use Hurricane, so you guys can't really see the character anymore. So I don't know how well you can see. I'm zoomed in as far as I can really go. I can hear the light attack, but I can't really see it. Except there's just like a weird glitch where the character isn't doing what he should be. Yeah, I hear all of them. Is the frame rate high enough for you guys to tell? I feel like that is quite different. One of the reasons I don't like it is it reminds me of the weird feeling you get if you're on a if you go on another server which is not your typical server. So if you're an American player, you're living in the US, you suddenly relog to the EU server, or if I go on the NA server, or if I go on PTS, or if your ping is just really, really high, you get this weird thing where your character kind of gets stuck in what looks like a heavy attack animation, because your light attack, instead of doing this, they will do this. And then the ability will suddenly jump out, and it's really weird. And you'll see people who do a lot of DPS tests on the PTS. They'll post some of these videos to YouTube, and they get loads of comments going, "What the hell is up with your animations? Are you block canceling? What is that?" And they're like, "No, this is PTS. Don't worry about it. I just ignore it." But out of the corner of your eye, you are seeing, and to some extent, you're hearing the slight delay. The actuation of the skills is unchanged. But like I said earlier, the psychology of it is massively affected by the appearance of these jerks in the character's movement. Like his arms suddenly appear to frame skip.
Any hoodle poodle, sorry to interrupt, Khan, but I am gonna have to love you and leave you guys.
Do you need a lift?
Yes, please.
Alright, so that means we'll be taking a 5-minute break. Guys, I will just be dropping Maya back at her work. It's just around the corner. So it's like a couple of minutes to drive there, a couple of minutes back. But yeah, let's flip to the BRB screen. Please don't go anywhere. I will be back in just a few minutes. But thank you so much, Maya. That was great.
Lovely hanging out, guys. And make sure I'm probably not gonna get a chance to hop in much tomorrow or anything, but Friday I'm here all day, baby, and we're doing a freaking screamathon.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be playing ESO, but we're also gonna be some scary games.
Loads more horror and fun stuff like that coming up. But sit tight.
Yeah, there's gonna be scares. There's gonna be loads of stuff. So yeah, let's go. I'll see you then, guys.
And
love you. Bye.
Either sit tight or stretch your legs, make yourself a coffee. I'll be back in 5 minutes. BRB. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Man, I was...
Hello there.
Hello there. I was just stuck behind an absolute crawler of a driver for the entire way back. Probably took twice as long to get home as it should have. Man, that really bothers me. I get it if people want to drive slow, if they're nervous. I mean, if they have L plates on, you know, for learning, that's different. But if they're just old or nervous or whatever, it's like you are actually being rude and making the road more dangerous by choosing to drive at a unique speed, which is yours alone and no one else's. I really wished I had some fucking Ludacris on the stereo in the car. You guys ever have that? No Eggbirds host today? Erin, no. And Maya, no! Thank you so much for the follow, Damnation. Love the name, love the name. Gumbro, maybe Khan will drop Maya to work and get Eggbirds on the way back. Well, he lives in... Well, actually, he's moved now, but he was in Rotterdam. So it's a bit of a long way to drive. And Morocco, thank you so much for the follow. You're old, you're making the road dangerous, lol. I mean, it's nothing to do with age, but... You know what I mean? Like, if you go on the freeway or the motorway or the autobahn or whatever, and you decide to drive at 40 miles an hour, that is not safe. That's incredibly dangerous. Now, that's an extreme example, right? But I feel like even if it's a road where you're supposed to drive 30, if you drive drastically under that, like 20, or even slower, you are genuinely making it dangerous, and you're causing hassle. This is my driving instructor literally told me this. He said never go far under the speed limit, anywhere you are. Unless you are about to pull in, because like, you know, it's a 30-mile road, but there's a turn-off coming. Obviously, slow down for that shit. Slow down if there are any hazards, but never just go arbitrarily slowly because you feel like it. That's freaking dangerous. Don't do it. It's a bad move. And yeah, I took that to heart. I learned to drive very late. I lived... when I left university, I got a job, a temporary job, during my master's degree, just like 15 minutes walk from my house. So I actually didn't even bother to learn to drive for a long time. Because I worked there for 6 years. Thank you for following. Pace23. Great timing for someone called Pace to be following us as we're talking about speed. Damn it, Steve. Yeah, hey, anything less than 85, 90 miles an hour is considered slow. Yeah, we need blue lights and sirens for streamers on the highway. Yeah. Yeah, so the jury is out on these animation changes. Like, I'll be honest, I did not notice anything in content yesterday. But now that I'm soloing things, there's a little bit less noise going on. Now that I'm being a little bit more, you know, trying to do a sweaty pre-buff, you know, get all these things cast nice and quickly. Definitely noticing a little bit of jerkiness. Like, especially that. Look at that. Elisus. That is horrible. Yikes. When I say horrible, it's because it's relative to what I'm used to. The timing of it should not really have changed, but... Yeah, so in a busy trial scenario, I didn't notice anything. Other people were commenting on it yesterday, but now that I'm playing solo and now coming to test it on the dummy, definitely feeling it a little bit. Need to check Resto Heavy Attacks had real issues yesterday and it wasn't stutter. Yeah, they did change something there. I have a Resto right here. If anything... If anything, that feels quite nice. A little bit slower to connect. Hey, Unsword and Blood Axe. Thank you very much for the follows. Welcome on in. Welcome. That feels a little bit slower to connect the beam. You know what I mean? It feels kind of... I'm just holding the heavy attack down. Man, it'd be really cool to do a side-by-side. Damn it, I wish I'd thought of this. Could have done a bunch of things just like 2 days ago, and then compared and contrasted. But the changes are small, and I think we'll be used to most of them very quickly. Anything that doesn't go away like that is a bug. I'm sure Zos will endeavor to fix it, either like short term or medium term. We'll have to wait and see. Fingers crossed. Lightning staff heavy attack looks weird. Lost in Eternity. Character changes idle starts to combat. Yeah, without animation. Yes, let's. Have I got a lightning here? That, again, it feels slightly less abrupt. So in many ways, that's actually more natural than it used to be. But it is weird, because I'm used to it connecting, like, immediately. So let's go with, Sheathed. But yeah, all of this is in aid of server performance, so... Or rather, memory usage. There's something about the lightning heavy attack which is cool. Like I don't really fuck with heavy attack rotations, but every now and again, doing Rojo with a lightning or a resto, there is something kind of satisfying about that connecting to your target thing. Keep holding it down. Didn't get my opportunist proc. No way. Ew. Okay. And Lost in Eternity. Yeah. Does that gel with what you were saying? It's sort of... Oh, there we got one. It sort of seemed to switch. But yeah, if you sheath it and then start heavy attacking, it does feel like a frame skip almost, doesn't it? Try heavy attack without a target. What does it look like he's doing? It looks like he's playing lacrosse, and it's just wondering who to who to pass to, doesn't it? Guys. It was worse yesterday. Yeah, see, that's strange. Maybe they have already been able to implement some things. Who the hell knows? Anyway, let's get out of this bit. Let's head on back over to Solstice. I haven't done any quests on this guy yet. Well, welcome on in. If anyone has just joined us, we are taking all questions about Update 48, anything really about the game. Anything you want to talk about, we are happy to do it, unless it's... Well, we're happy to explore the idea, at least. Lost in Eternity, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. For those who don't know me, this is Khan, one half of the Ninja Balls team. You just missed Maya like 10 minutes ago, but she will be back. I already did my dailies for today, but screw it. Let's have a look at some of the new stuff. But yeah, it always makes me sad when... when they have things like this, you know, like an update which is supposed to improve performance, but it leaves us with, I don't know, a janky feeling in combat. It's really not what we need right now. This year has been... It's not been great for ESO. It's been a lot worse on... I think on paper, it's actually been quite a decent year, but the feeling among the players is not as positive as you would think if you looked at the game from the outside. So, oh, we've had all these updates, they've done all this. But yeah, there have been issues we've talked about a lot with regard to communication and disappointment, expectations, and all these things. And we really don't need a patch with this many very superficial bugs. Like, and I mean superficial in every sense. The bug that you can get through the wall, it's not a big deal, but it looks bad. And the animation's feeling janky. Oh shit. He's damaging me. What's he doing? What the hell is that? What am I taking damage from? There's no dot on me. Is he light attacking me without animating? Look at... Who the hell is this guy? He's a genius. This lady just doesn't give a shit. Alright, so prevent attacking innocents is obviously switched off on this character. But yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, it's not what we need right now. It's to have bugs that, yeah, sure, they may not be like game-breaking or a huge issue, but they're right there on the freaking surface. Hiccup. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. My sister's terrible. She gets hiccups all the freaking time. And she's one of those people, she just can't keep it quiet. So, yeah, when I'm at a hang and my sister has like a beer or whatever, or a third beer and starts getting hiccups, so annoying. That's that incredibly violent hiccupage. That's exactly what that looked like. I helped. Yay, Ninja Stream. How's it going, man? You did not miss a ton in Cloud Rest yesterday. It was another practice session. We didn't even clear yesterday because I changed the comp quite a bit. So I think the damage went up like crazy. It's actually mental. We kind of had too much damage. But because some people aren't super experienced with VCR plus 3, there's several of us who've got like multiple Griffin Hearts, so that's fine. But other people who've never got one and have only been clearing it, they never cleared it until last week. So there was a little bit of one step forward, 2 steps back yesterday. So don't feel bad that you missed it too much. And Imskzun, I hope I'm saying that more or less correctly. When do you think they will nerf Fate Carver? Or rather, when do you think Zos will finally nerf Fate Carver? Should we prepare for another year of 8 out of 8 Arcanist trials? I think the problem with Fate Carver is it is subtle. Like, if you look at it on paper, they probably think it's already about as weak as we can make it. But the problem is it interacts with other things so well. You can get a lot of status effect damage from this. You get a lot of movement, a lot of cleave, a lot of range. A lot of its power is not on the surface. Going back to that idea. That's one of the reasons I think they've struggled to get it right. They don't just want to be accused of chucking it in the dumpster again. Like, they have done that before, and players have rightly called them out on it. It's like, okay, we're glad that this thing isn't OP anymore, but now it's trash. Like, can we please find a middle ground? I think they will keep chipping away at it. But yeah, it's a good question. I don't have the answer, sadly. And my lord, I finally got a bug a few months ago, which I don't want to be fixed. Ah, getting stuck in a bush. Been using Crown Crate eye color on my Khajiit, now it's having 2 different eye colors. That's pretty fun. Yeah, I don't think nerfing Fate Carver will help. That's kind of where I'm at. I believe the class needs a rework. I'm just riding completely the wrong way. Yeah, I think just nerfing Fate Carver isn't going to be... It's not going to do it. You might even be able to accomplish that by moving some of the passives out of Herald of the Tome. Doing something else with that? I don't know. But I'm hoping, I've no real evidence for this, but except for the delay in them fixing subclassing and giving us like an overhaul, a follow-up to subclassing. Well, I'm hoping they're doing a thorough rework of class stuff, and that's what we're going to see in the new year. And you know, if done properly, that would solve, even if it doesn't directly nerf Fate Carver Xun, it would have the effect that you and I and everyone else want, if it was done properly. Yeah, but Lost in Eternity saying, yeah, I believe the class needs a rework. One spell shouldn't do everything. Yeah. It's a feature, yeah. And Dreeken78, thank you so much for the follow. Damn it, Steve. New feature. Mobs no longer need to attack, merely look at you to damage you. That's like, this guy's a fucking Chad. He's just shooting daggers at me in the figurative sense, but they're actually dealing outright damage. Like, he would have killed me with that. Should we go and see if he's respawned? Tried to stare Khan down. Yeah, I hope she doesn't take that much damage from them. My mum can do that. Your mother's skilled in the right things. 2 dailies in Sunport lead to the eastern side. You're able to get there. I know. I know. This is what I mean with, like, superficial bugs. It's not that big a deal at the end of the day, but it's kind of... It's one of those things that happens which feels a little bit lame and just like the patch is a little bit undercooked. But like I said before, they've released so many of these things in a certain way. I can imagine, now that you've done it like a million times, it's going to be quite easy to think, oh well, Eastern Solstice, the launch will be just like...
Hand over the bounty. I'm not asking twice.
Actually, you know what? Fuck off.
Have a problem now.
I'm not going to pay the bounty. See if he can climb up here and get me. Lost in Eternity, what they did with Necromancer a few years ago was nasty. What was that? Remind me. Gravelord Sacrifice was a real shame. But you know that was the players who begged them to do it. You do realize that, right? The devs would never have done that just off their own back. It was players hassling them. Necromancer's too hard, it's too difficult. I never agreed. I just thought it was different. And yeah, I was one of the people that when I was learning to play every class, every Magicka Stamina of everything, Magicka Necromancer and Magicka Nightblade were two of the ones that I had to take a minute and get good at. Like, it wasn't... I don't know, like, Stamina Warden was one of the last ones I made, and I picked it up and was like, okay, this is actually very familiar. It's cool, it's a little bit different, but it feels a bit like my Templar. There's a rhythm here. Everything is familiar. Magicka Necromancer, the way that it worked at that time, felt genuinely different. There was way more bar swapping. It was much more chaotic. I had to get used to the feel of it. But, yeah, other people didn't have that experience, and they were just, you know, crying on the forums or loudly requesting a thing. Sork players have been doing this for years as well, saying Sork needs to have no pets. Sork needs to be lightning themed. All this stuff, and it's like, no, not necessarily. Let's see if it happens again. Yeah, they're doing it again. They're just looking at me. That is a cool move. If we ever get a Malma class, I want to be able to do this. This guy's a Malma. You could just channel a gaze. You just look at a person and they take a ton of damage. He's still doing it. What range does he have? Other people like doing the dailies, winning the battle for the Writhing Wall. We're just messing around with this guy. Ah, someone just healed me. That's so weird. That's so strange. This guy's like, what? Go on, sea boy, chase me. That would actually be fun. Get an NPC that just shoots, like, a dangerous, a damaging stare at you. Yeah, Malma race would be great, wouldn't it? Loads of people have said. We could get a race. Maybe a skill line to go with it. I don't know how that would work. It would be a break from tradition, right? We've got the set races in this game. All right, let's get out of combat with this guy. Enough. The guards are hovering above the tower. Yeah. Yeah. They were aware of this on PTS. There are a few of these things that it's like, I think they just haven't had time. I get the distinct impression the devs have been absolutely flat out getting everything for this event prepared. I think it's been an enormous amount of work. And that's not to say there's any excuse for things not working as intended or whatever, but... Yeah. I didn't notice for some time, Alatariel. Well, the towers weren't supposed to be there initially. So I think the towers got removed. So they didn't actually fix it. They just fixed the fact that they were appearing too early. Like, if you remember, on day 1 and 2 of the Writhing Wall, loads of stuff was there. Like, the lens was already up, shooting. We had loads of things around the camps that weren't supposed to be there. Like, these towers were already constructed, or almost constructed. Alright, I'll stop picking fights with this guy now. That was a fun little rabbit hole. And Lucifer Wit, pay me, daddy. And Curianos, thank you for the follow. Belorda, known issue. After today's patch, some archers have learned to fly and are floating at the wall camps. This is not intended. We are actively investigating this to figure out how to bring them down. Okay, yeah, so they knew about it already. We told them about it. I think it was on PTS. It was also on... It was here, right? That's not my dodgy memory. Because I've played 3 different builds of ESO recently. I did the press server, which was a little bit different. PTS, which was very different. And now the live server, which is the one we're all seeing. But... there are definitely issues with this system. Like, if I go up to the top of the lens now... A minute ago, I was up here and the lens was installed. Right? We were just here. The lens was there in place, and the reflectors were installed on either side. So there's definitely something fucky-wucky with the implementation. Yeah, and I hope they can get that fixed for future events of this kind. Belorda, thank you for posting that. And Cumbra, yeah, Malmo would be so cool, wouldn't it? So this is what women mean when they say a guy staring at them makes them weak. I don't know if I've ever heard that. But yeah, it could be. Could be exactly that. Alright, let's do a couple of these silly dailies then. One day, I'm thinking we should do a survey of... not an opinion survey, but like... what good ideas, genuinely good and well thought out ideas do players have? What does the community have in terms of suggestions for another class, another skill line, another weapon type? And we've talked about this before. Another weapon type is extremely unlikely because you'd have to make, well, you would presumably have to make a million freaking cosmetics. You know, so you added crossbows or whatever. You'd have to make all of these crossbow cosmetics, collectibles. Forget it. Forget about it. Or spears, you know? Talcon Turnips, can we travel around the other half of the map now? Yes, but it's a bug. You're not supposed to be able to access it. But yeah, if you want to know what it looks like, I've been there loads on PTS. There's loads of stuff already uploaded. It's not like any of it was a secret. Yeah, Lost in Eternity, that's why I mention it. Miss Spears from Morrowind. I gotta say, I don't. I'm not sure I understand why people want them so much. I understand why people think and go, ah, spears, that'd be cool. But I can't get from there to, we desperately need spears in ESO. Come on, Zos, the game is incomplete without spears. Which is the position that some people seem to take. I can't quite get there myself. But yeah, the reason I think that is an unrealistic thing to even think about is that we have too many collectibles and cosmetics. I don't even have everything collected. There are a few styles that you don't even see here, like some Crown Store things that I didn't bother buying. Things I haven't collected yet in-game. They're not many, I've got most of them, but you know what I mean. It's iconic for Ashlanders and Dunmert. Vivek and Nerevar fought with spears. Yeah, but does that mean the game is sort of incomplete without it? Like, the idea of using two-handed swords, that's actually pretty niche. That's not terribly realistic, is it? In warfare. Sword and shield would make much more sense. But, dual wield is a core, sort of weapon skill line in this game. And I don't think that needs to be changed to reflect historical or lore issues or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? I think we need more than just spears exist in this world. So, yes please. A little bit like the argument for a bard class. Well, there isn't. It isn't an argument. It's just kind of a statement. Need bard class. Bard class when? And I get into hot water for putting people on blast and saying, why? How? Why would a bard be good? Explain it to me. And literally no one has come close to a satisfactory response to that except, oh, it would be fun. So yeah, I'd love to do that one day and just like collect some of the best and most interesting ideas. I'm sure the devs have already thought of almost everything that we've thought of, but it'd be a fun exercise to do. Just to daydream about the possibilities. Even if, like, there's no chance we'd ever get them. And Gunbrow, I sort of have a Malma character. Last thing I need is Scale Skin in those Frost Atronach crown crates. I like that there are friendly, neutral Malma NPCs in Sunsport. Yeah, you can talk to. I really like the... Yeah, exactly. But one of the problems with that they made more and more friendly Malma throughout the years is that in the base game they're pretty much just antagonistic. Like even if they're not outright enemies, they're dicks to you and whatnot. And we kill a lot of them. We kill a lot of Malma in the base game and in Somerset. So when when you do the Galen story, or you go to Sunport and you're talking to so many of them, the dude in clown form, that's amazing. Yeah, it'd be fun. I would love it if they had the guts just to say, you know what? We are going to break with tradition. We are going to add another race into the mix. A playable race, I mean. Vitrified souls definitely seem to be dropping more. What's going on here then? What are you attacking, lady? Also, what is she wearing? What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, you guys seeing this? She seems to have a mixture of armor and a dress. Oh no. And she's just attacking the air. I can't work out what is weirdest about this character. But she's great. I'm already a huge fan. Oh, I should not have ultied. Also the facial expression. That's like me when I was driving home earlier behind that person going incredibly slowly. That's basically the move, bitch, get out the way face. Only one sword. Oh, that's quite common. A lot of NPCs only have that. But again, more common probably than like a dual wield setup in movies and TV and stuff like that. Anyway, we can like bring them closer together. No one ever does that. I have additional ally effects on, and my PC is definitely feeling it. My goodness. Maybe let's turn that off. Yeah, Gumbro, in the base game they're just an angry pirates race. And they haven't really changed from that, but it's a little bit like the Reachmen in the Reach here. We kill so many of the Reachmen throughout the game. They're just an enemy. They're just like, I don't know, demons in Doom or the orcs in Lord of the Rings. They don't really... There's no grey area. They're just bad. But then suddenly they make NPCs, which are of that race and of that culture. And you realize, oh shit, maybe we're the bad guy for having slaughtered so many of them, when in fact, coexistence is perfectly possible. Best option for bards would be as another guild. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, a guild quest line. A guild skill line. I would agree with that. But yeah, as a class, it is a tricky one. I know, Lost in Eternity, the dress with the plate helmet. Let's go and find that. Let's go and find that lady again. And more does the red. Nah, just give your PC some coffee and smoke. It'll be okay. Yeah, it's this setting here, primarily. Show additional ally effects. I normally keep that one on, but... Yeah, in this... Oh no, she's gone! Oh well, we will remember her. Dead Flame Atronach. Not quite as visually arresting as the ones in Oblivion Remastered, right? They do look pretty cool though. Like the bone shoes they have. Alright. But Lord, of the few times I got this camp on NA, people were pulling the bosses next to each other. Yeah. Seems like immediately the thing to do for anyone who has a taunt. Grab one of them, move it over to the other. That's what Maya and I were doing on PTS, so... triggers me a tiny bit that doesn't seem to have occurred to anyone. I'm not going to do a second one of those. Oh, what else do we have? We have Undead Essence. Let's go and get that done. If anyone wants to join, by the way, get your dailies done a little bit quicker, it massively helps to group up with people. I've done mine, so no pressure at all. If anyone wants to group up, you get double the drops, basically. So you'll get the 8 out of 8 Undead Essences much more quickly. Silent Native, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. On EU, there's mostly the companion issue and over-taunting below it, yeah. Ugh. I'm looking forward to the Writhing Fortress, man. I think that's going to be cool. Cool, and it'll be a little bit more rewarding to actually group up. It's pretty easy. Like, you're not going to need a trial group or anything like that. Absolutely not. But there's just going to be more, there's just going to be more meat, I think, for a group to get their teeth into. And a greater advantage to actually playing as a group, playing with a little bit more organization. Damn it, Steve, just let me send my companions out to do my surveys. I know we've talked about that so many times. I think if they ever do one more companion, that is exactly who it should be. Six out of 8. Boom. It's so creepy and gothic around here, actually. Not enough credit given to this area for spooky vibes. I love the way NPCs just, like, yell when they enter combat. It's how Maya gets at me if we've had an argument and she's watching a movie downstairs and I walk past the door on my way to the fridge or something. She'll just, like, go, "Yeah!" when she sees me. Well, hello there. My name's XP. Seemed like you'd be judgmental. Judgmental of what? That's the question. You may be right. I try to avoid it, though. Welcome on in. How's it going, XP? And Dr. Team Kill, welcome on in. Companions don't have plentiful harvest. Yeah, honestly, I might take that. I'd take that L. But yeah, if we could get a companion who has... I don't know, there's only so many surveys they can do. This was my idea, originally. Arthur Valencia got a can-do attitude today, thank you, yeah. This is my pitch a while ago, that we could have a companion that could do surveys. But they could only do so many per hour. And maybe that speed is halved or even quartered when you're logged out. I don't know. Something like that. And they get far less, like they get no plentiful harvest, so they're going to get you far fewer resources for every survey node. I think it would still be worth having. And then, by leveling up... This would be the tricky bit. I'm not sure how they would implement this, but by... I don't know, by getting certain achievements completed in PvP, in Tales of Tribute, in Trials, in Dungeons, in other companions, all of the other systems, maybe ranking up Excavation, you know, the Bard's College, whatever it's called, Antiquities. If you get all of those things like maxed out, then you increase the perks awarded to that survey companion, so they go faster, they collect more stuff. That would be to, you know, casual players who are just starting, or players who aren't that into the game, don't play it more than a few hours a week, probably wouldn't give a shit. It's not a big deal. This guy can just collect me some free materials. Done. But for players like me who are, you know, we're in it for the long haul, most likely. We do our writs relatively often. We get a lot of surveys to do. And these are all systems that we want to complete anyway at some point. That could be really cool. Don't be so negative, Belorda, yeah. XP good, what about you? Not too bad, thank you. Pretty good, thank you. Yeah. Just done with quests for today. What do you guys want to do? Honestly, I'm free as a bird. We could just chat and do writs. Tell you what, until you guys come up with something for me to do, I might just get a few writs done. Cheeky, cheeky. Oh yeah, folks, riddle me this. These were all listed absurdly low price. They just haven't sold. I haven't sold any chromium in ages, it feels like. I think they're like half the price I would normally put them up at. People just not printing gear? Don't know what that is. I guess the meta hasn't really shifted in terms of gear for a while. No one's using Caspians, so... I would have thought loads of people would be printing Tideborn. I guess they're just making it for the body. Who the hell knows? Belorda, hello. My name is Belorda. I only once deleted surveys because they were placed stupidly. Gumbro, a tool to find servers like the Antiquities one would be nice. Does anyone use Nazare? Yeah. Yeah, of course. It's not like top of the pile, but very, very good. Gunbro, in response to that, Belorda using map pins and 1 point in glowing resources, but at release they were placed terribly in Blackwood. Yeah, I agree. I used to do them, but they did it the same in Solstice. That, at least one of them was ridiculous, man. I'm just convinced it's placed there by a world artist who might not understand what it is like doing surveys on a sort of weekly basis for a lot of players. We don't want RP value. We don't want them spread out for realism. We just want to be able to go there, node, loot, done, boosh, and then go to the next one. So when they spread them out like that, yeah, it's quite infuriating. I'm with you. Or let other players gather the surveys for 30% of the materials? I'm not sure. Would people do that, though? Maybe. Amirali, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. How much are you selling them for? Yeah, I could use some. You can sell the new surveys, exactly, yeah. Talking turnips, that being said, I did a lot of jewelry surveys recently to get some so I could print some Swift jewelry for some sets. Well, yeah, if you need the chromium plating, you know, hit me up. I guess the price has just dropped like crazy, and the guilds that I'm in are a little bit slow, because the two trading guilds I'm in are both pretty nice. It's like, I think we're in Vivek, and the other one jumps between Mournhold and Belkarth. I think that's a nasty alchemist server. We don't want that. Yeah, Nazare, Belorda's using it on a healer. We got one healer using it in the Cloudress group. By the way. Oh, there we go. Finally, a lady in the outfit I was talking about. Alright, it looks more naked on her than it does on a Dunmer. Stand still so we can, like, see the outfit properly. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. The fact that you can't dye the feathers could be a bit of an issue. Targan Turnips, there's a really cool add-on that shows you the minimum you need to travel for the survey to respawn. It made doing them fun. I think at this point I have that in my head. There's always like a little marker. Just go to that tree or that rock and it will respawn. Because I've been doing them for so many years. But yeah, whenever a new zone drops, that could be useful to know. Lily Dried, yeah, I know, but I want the materials. If someone would gather my surveys, I would definitely give them 30% of the materials. Yeah, but would you do surveys for someone else in exchange for 30% of their materials? I'm not sure that I would even consider that. Is it used by tanks? My inventory hates me again. Gotta make room. Yeah, it's used by tanks and healers. But it is your raid lead's call. It's not one of those that you just... It's sometimes put on the pillagers. If you've got pillagers in the group, it often makes a lot of sense to pair that up with Nazare. Because, you know, you've got your Colossus, you've got your Atronach, you've got your Horn, Glyphic, whatever. You get those, they drop. All the DDs dump their stuff, and then you get a pillagers. And if there's big debuffs being placed on the target at that time, like the Colossus, but also a bunch of other things. I've even seen some groups get Major Brittle involved. That is obviously kind of a dead debuff now, with it being so easy to get to the crit cap. Easier than ever. But yeah, a lot of people would throw Nazare in just after that to extend the duration. Yeah, if another one in the group has Colo, exactly, yeah. And Lily Dried, where? What's the name of the add-on? Just sell your surveys of my cheap resources, yeah. I think I might start doing that. Survey reset markers by TM Brinks. Thank you, Talc. Much appreciated. Always appreciate new knowledge. Wisdom. Increased by 1. Antiquity lead requires Eastern Solstice unlocked. Thanks, Zos. Well... Imagine that if the antiquity leads started to expire before we'd actually broken the walls so we couldn't go and get them. Oh, that would be infuriating. But that can't happen. Lily Dried, instantly downloaded. Yeah. Just redo the scrying until it's in the west half. Yeah, that's a good point. If that's what you mean, yeah. But yeah, there are some issues they didn't think all the way through. It's a very common thing, sadly. But yeah, a mate of mine who was an engineer, he used to say, proper planning and preparation prevents piss-poor performance. It was the 7 Ps of engineering. Unfortunately, it's just not always possible to plan all the way ahead. Sometimes there are things that just slip through the cracks, and then you see them in action, you're like, ah, oh, fudge, how do we not think of that? Should be able to open one more. No, that's it. I should leave it there. Well, is there anything you guys want to do? Let me know. I'm down. I'm game for whatever. I can solo the event bosses again. We can go on a tour of world bosses and see stuff that can and cannot be soloed by a squishy DD with those few tweaks. The video is made now, so if we discover anything new, I can't incorporate it into the script. It's already been recorded. It's mostly edited. Josh Jackson, what are you playing on? This is the PCEU server. If you mean character, I was on an Arcanist with Assassination and Stormcalling just now. That's this character. But yeah, I've got all characters. But yeah, let me know what you meant by that. If you mean server or character or build or whatever. Or PC even. You amazing Belorda, you. I know, right? Isn't she, Ahelt? Isn't she, though? Belorda being modest. No, it's the solution Zos posted on the forums. Yeah, but the fact that you'd gone to see it. You were aware of it, and you're making us aware of these things as well. For example, I hadn't seen that. I'd seen somebody else mention it, But I didn't realize that was the thing that Zos had already said. If you run into this issue, here's the way out of it. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for the follow, OFC. Reke? OFC Reek. I'm guessing it's... OFC is fine. Does that stand for of course? That'd be funny. And damn it, Steve, just have a daily survey board where players can list their surveys. The seller gets the mats, the gatherer gets gold. It could work, couldn't it? Quite an elaborate new system, but I guess because we've already got the guild traders that work that way now that you can sell them, it's like, it's whatever. And the fact that you can sell them in a big chunk. You could sell 50 jewelry surveys in one go, for example. Gallon tax! 10 streak! Watch streak reached. It's a difficult thing to say, isn't it? Yeah, just take my compliment, Belorda. But yeah, I haven't had to look at forums since coming back. Belorda got a personal Discord posting all the important stuff. Yeah, alright, well, there we go. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate, Crimson Rains. I'm not going to hydrate with anything crimson. Although I do have a very nice bottle of Australian Shiraz downstairs. I'm not opening that at 5 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. Day drinking on a Tuesday? Get in. Zim the Bard, welcome on in. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Zim. Why can't you hear a pterodactyl going to the bathroom? Because the P is silent. What if it has a dodgy burrito and it's just rocketing shit into the toilet? Can you then hear it? Sorry. That was unnecessarily vivid. But yeah, welcome on, Zim. Welcome on in, rather. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Day drinking on a Tuesday. I'm doing it. It's espresso, but still. Lena, stop making espresso cooler than it already is. God damn it. I got an email from Nespresso. I like a nice coffee, alright? It's a weakness of mine. And I know some people shit talk Nespresso, but I've tried a lot of... My dad and I are very... We're big coffee people. And we've both had some very fancy home coffee machines over the years. But I've never had anything that's as reliably good and quick and easy as an Nespresso machine. This stream, sponsored by Nespresso. But they're also quite expensive. So I've been making a lot of my own... I've been going old school, brewing my own coffee the old-fashioned way, having more aero filter coffee, that kind of thing. AeroPress is a thing that I got given for my birthday this year. But I just got an email from these guys at Nestle saying, ooh, look, our new festive coffees are out. And they're not great every year, but some of them are, like, fantastic. Really nice coffee with a slight flavor twist. And it's like, oh, that is just a Christmassy delight. So I might have to get back on that wagon for a couple of months, Selena. My Nespresso machine has been just looking at me every time I go into the dining room. It's just sitting there, hasn't been used in months. Hey, look at that! Got a couple of cool. That is a pretty cool furnishing. Finally, something good. I think I already got one of these and gave it to Maya, but this one, I have to give that to Maya, don't I? Fuck. Kind of want to keep it. So that's what they'll look like eventually. That's where the archers will be. But at the moment, it's just like the first bit, and then an empty space beneath the archer's feet. And for a lot of day drinking, only on Tuesday, Wednesday, when it's game day. Love it. More does the red. Nice, quick and easy makes coffee. Why are you talking about my wife? Oh, dear. Nice, quick, and easy. What's quick about your wife? Or do I really not want to be asking that? I used to have a friend who would say that all the time. Whenever he would say... Whenever there's a choice of things and you'd ask for his preference, he would say, "Oh, I'm easy," as in I don't mind. But then he'd always follow it up with, "But don't tell anyone." It's like, "Oh wait, do you want to go to this restaurant or that one?" "Oh, I'm easy, but don't tell anyone." It's like, dude, you're like 25. You can't be making this level of grandpa joke. You know, that's like woodwork teacher humor. Zimnabad, I'm ironically having gut issues. Been a rough morning, but I'm surviving. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. Is it me, or does that always happen when you don't really have a day? Like, if you just have a day at home, let's not get too detailed about this, but, you know, there are certain things that you can just kind of deal with. Because you have to. It's not pleasant, but whatever. But it always seems to come around on the least convenient, like where there's a lot of travel happening, or you got an important meeting to go to, or something like that. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Oh, Mondas the Red. Typical woman got flagged by Twitch. That's funny. I can see why. She's not the typical woman. If you have to go, be ready in 5 minutes. It's not 5 hours later. It's like she'll be ready in like 3 minutes. Yeah. Oh, you mean like getting ready to stuff? Yeah. To be fair, actually, Maya's pretty good like that. I'd never really thought about that. I've never given her credit for that, but she is generally pretty swift at getting ready. But Maya has very big eyes, so she doesn't like... I think a lot of women do a lot... They have a very elaborate eye makeup routine, which is subtle, so you don't really notice. Like, my sister does this. She's just regular face. So she puts on quite a lot of eye makeup. You don't necessarily notice it's there, but if you then see her without it, suddenly it's like, oh, that's quite a big difference. Whereas Maya just has kind of anime eyes, so she doesn't... Often she doesn't even bother with makeup. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe she's just lazy. Who knows? But yeah. Talcon Turnips, Aeropress fan. High five. Yeah, it was a gift from my brother-in-law. My Italian brother-in-law who lives in Germany with my sister who is Danish. Always a confusing thing to wrap myself around there. Anita Elvira, I'm glad I don't play with my husband. I'd always be like, I'm not giving you this, even though I already have one. Oh, really? Harsh. Well, in this case, it's simple. Because I don't really do housing. So much as I would love to keep that furnishing, what possible justification could there be? I just enjoy housing that other people do. And I occasionally will do something of my own. But yeah, generally, nah. I don't really do anything with this, so... That's mean, kidding. So yeah, right? And Zim, yeah, I've got to go to work today. Just have to make it through the day. Modified diet sucks. Can't have any protein or meats. Oh, man. Well... Our sympathies and good wishes and nerdy high fives go with you. May the banana peels disappear from your path. May the airways land where you are not standing. All of that stuff. No nuts or dairy either. Maya is Khan's anime waifu. Not really. She's got big eyes. I mean, we all have eyes that are pretty much the same size, but you know what I mean. Stopped using makeup so many years ago, yeah. Yeah, I think since we've been streaming, Maya's got back into it a little bit, because there's that acknowledgement that one day we're going to have to switch on the cam, get the room sorted. I think the only thing left to do is get the background sorted. I think Maya wants to have a proper studio feel in here, whereas right now it's just filled with books. Books and dog toys in this room. Lily Dry, I don't know if you already answered this, but is Shock Rune better than Fire Frost when you have Storm Calling? Shock Rune. Why am I being stupid? Rune. Yeah, books. Heart. I love it, yeah. Just filled with books and dog toys. I see no issue. Turn the cameras on. Alright, I'll be right back then. And bring Ted. Thunder Rune. Which rune? Why am I being dim? We're talking about... How many runes are there in the game? There's this one. I'm guessing you're talking about a scribing thing? Oh, glyph. Sorry. Ooh. Which... So generally... Yes, you're right that... Let's just bring it up so everyone can see. You're right that the... Is it capacitor? No, it's energized. Energized increases your physical and shock damage by 6% if you've got 2 points in there. 5%, sorry. Yes, that will affect the damage from the shock glyph. From the shock glyph, but it depends. It's difficult to answer what's better. Questions about status effects in isolation. Basically, in order of priority, the ones that deal the most damage are burning, poisoned, unless you're on a warden. Forget about the warden for a minute. Then sundered. And it's not that it deals more damage, it's that it deals very nice damage, but also it buffs your own damage. So, by the way, if anyone's ever curious, hit F1 in game and type in status. And under combat, you'll see status effects. And it tells you everything. Just as a reminder. So, flame damage, burning, 3 ticks over 4 seconds. So, 0 seconds, 2 seconds, 4 seconds, it ticks 3 times. Poison is the same. All the others, well, frost, shock, magic, they just tick once. But the tick is a little higher. But they also do other things. Like, so physical damage applies sundered, absorbs stamina glyphs, will apply a lot of sundered damage. Deals instant damage and increases your weapon and spell damage. Also minor breach, which we don't generally care about, but can be very nice. So I would say, unless you've got a lot of burning, poisoned, and sundered, go for one of those 3. Like, let's see, what kind of uptime have we got? See, none of these are high enough on this particular setup. None of them are high enough that I would feel confident in adding anything else. It's once you get over... there are some diminishing returns with burning and poison, but it's not a big deal. Like, unless you're over 80%... or something like that, it's generally still okay to add more to them. Like, making sure you have every status effect represented is totally unnecessary. You're better off putting multiple things into one. Yeah. Delia Tisby and Dodge Ram 96. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Does that help, Lily, at all? But yeah, we're talking for your heavy attacks, so you could go shock damage on the back bar instead of weapon damage. But I think for single target, that can be better. But generally, just go with weapon damage, it's fine. And then fiery weapon, poison weapon. There's a reason these are so ubiquitous. But if you've got a single weapon on the front bar, like a double weapon, like a bow or a staff, probably flame. But glyph is a very easy thing to swap. So test it. Test it with one, swap it out. Test it with the other. See what you prefer. If you don't really care about maximum optimized damage, then and if you find that a shock glyph is only slightly behind, then go with shock because it fits the theme. Like, not every decision has to be made based on maximizing damage, efficiency, whatever. It just makes sense most of the time. Because most of the time we don't care what glyphs we're running. We just want either an easier job, or we want more damage, or whatever. We really need a select all function here, don't we? What else is my bank full of? There's so much crap because of the events. But yeah, also a lot of jewelry and glyphs and other nonsense, which you've got to get rid of. Absorb Magicka? Don't bother with that. Unless you really, really need the sustain, but generally there should be better ways to get it. I did use an Absorb Magicka glyph on a build a few months ago, but it was for I was trying to make a build work by request, by someone else's request, and it was kind of cursed. I just could not get it to work. The damage was kind of rubbish, sustain was bad, the rotation was quite difficult. I had to equip a couple of scribing abilities just to make the rotation make sense, and yeah, it got really messy. I think that was a Mag Sork with very specific requirements around it, or a very specific theme. And yeah, we did use an Absorb Magicka glyph on that, but only because I'd given up. I couldn't sustain it. Personal Assistant add-on lets you automatically decon stuff. Oh yeah, there are loads of add-ons that, but I don't want these add-ons weighing my game down for a thing that I do. You know, it takes me a few seconds. You know what I mean?
Oh, don't mind the big chunk of stone floating above.
All right, let's have a look. What have we got in the bank that needs to go? Because my bank is full. And by the way, guys, I'll say again, you want to go somewhere and do something? Let me know. Let's go. Maybe we can pick these up. If there's anything you wanna do or see, I'm happy to do it. Man, so much rubbish in the bank. It is tough for, you know, spare a thought for veteran players during these events. None of the stuff that's dropping is of interest because we've already got it like 100 times. All these Witches Festival writs, they're just not even worth selling. They don't sell for anything. Faith, hey! Welcome on in. And thank you for the follow. A Princess Memory Loss, that is a great name. Welcome on in as well. And Lily, yeah, I have the Void Mantle, so sometimes I have sustained difficulties. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, I want to go home and do my dailies. Like to see you farm rapport on all the companions. Fuck off, Aheld. You come up with something real, and I might actually do it. Faith Redeemed, send chat a hug. Alright, big hugs, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a good week so far. And seriously, I'm not kidding. You guys tell me to go and do something, and I will, I'll give it a go. The other day, we were messing around with all kinds of, like, soloing world bosses, just because none of us had tried, and to see, can we do it with this, you know, full damage setup here, and the results were kind of surprising. There was a lot more stuff. I think we could only find one thing that was going to be just too much, and that was the dragons in Northern and Southern Elsewhere, right? Did we find anything else? Do surveys. What do I have? Alright, I'll do a few surveys, if you insist. Thank you for all the follows. Retro GM. AK Webster. Thank you so much for stopping by. Welcome to Ninja Pools. If you don't know Ninja Pools, by the way, it's just one of those random encounters. Hello, mate.
I'm the avatar of a dark power.
So what, let me just turn the in-game volume up a little bit. We turned it down the other day when Eggbirds was here. Haven't adjusted it since. Yeah, if you don't know Ninja Pulls, my name is Khan. I'm one half of the team here. Maya, my wife, is the other half. She was here with us earlier, but she is she's back at work this afternoon. But yeah, the two of us generally run the show around here. Faith, thanks. Yeah, of course. Nice. More does the Reddit do my witchy writs just for that XP? I guess I could do that. It's a double XP event. It'd be nice to get to 3.6k, wouldn't it? Zerethar need Tales of Tribute. Hey, Shot 406. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow.
At the sight of my greatness,
Who the hell is this guy?
dark power beyond your shallow comprehension. Does my
There we go.
presence
Perfect recommendation.
not turn your
Yeah, that's right.
joints to stone? Do you not quake in your boots? Do I not terrify you?
The voice actor's really going for it there. Bro, is that outfit supposed to be frightening?
Well, yes, it should be. You know, frightening, isn't it?
It would have been fun. That's a great voiceover, but it wouldn't have been funny if they'd got one of the orcs to do the voiceover. Well, yeah. You know? One of the actors who normally plays an orc. What do you want?
Oh, right. Tremble at the sight of my greatness! My power is not to be trifled with. My curse is deadly.
Hey, Tedra, give Doggo a treat. All right, I will do that right now.
Price. I'm even running a witches festival discount. 10% off all curse-free encounters.
I'll let you guys decide what we're going to do with this guy. Right, I've got a couple of treats. The dog literally heard me, Tedja, saying, give Doggo a treat. She understands that. So she's out of her basket, sitting on the floor next to me, looking up like, yes, please. All right, let's do some dog treat ASMR. I'm going to turn the mic up so you can hear the crunching. How was that? Wait, I've never seen this guy before. I don't think I've run into this dude before, either. It's a new one on me, and thank you for the hydrate as well. And Faith, I can't find anyone to do dragons with. I go and it's dead. Hey, you want to group up? Are you on PCEU? Such a nice thing to go about doing when there are events up. By the way, to all the new followers, save your points for the tickle redeem. Maya likes that. She doesn't actually mind it that much. That's what every guy says. Oh, she enjoys it. It's fine. Besides, Dragon Blood is worth money. Yeah, on Xbox. Anyway, no, it's worth money everywhere. Absolutely. No, you're on Xbox. All right, fair enough. Oh, people getting kicked from my trading guild. And the marshmallow attack for Khan. Yeah. Still to fix the marshmallow attack with a sexy trailer voice at some point. Okay. Want to see how he curses you, not gonna lie. Alright, should we say do your worst?
Oh, I will. Foolish one. I will. Receive my curse.
The effects of this curse are mysterious by their absence. It lasts 12 hours? What the fuck? We can't talk to him again, that's it. You know what, I'm gonna USP that shit. What was it called? Curse of Deadly Doom. Let's have a look. I'm intrigued. I don't think I've come across this guy. They did a big revamp of the Witches Festival last year, I want to say. I'm guessing he's been here since then. And Zim, never seen him either. Nice. Dragon Room is even worth even more, Belorda. Yeah, because you only get it after finishing certain stuff in Southern Elsewhere. Years. And it made you a mod likes to play catch? Damn. You're full of it today, aren't you? Yeah. Zim never saw him either. Full of it a little bit. A little bit full of it. Full of little bit? Did they add new encounters this year? So maybe he is new. Yeah. Likes to play catch. That's great. Where is he? We'll have to find him in a bit. Well, it's probably random. This is one of the places where you can get jesters, encounters, and what have you. But yeah, this is one of them. If you want to try this place. Glenumbra, Firewatch, Way Shrine. Right, so let's try. Curse of Deadly Doom. This is what we're doing here for you guys. Research, fact-finding. He can give you an item. So, shall we spoil it? If you talk to him while under the effects of the Witchmother's brew, or while wearing a witch's infernal hat, the conversation will be different. Wow. No information on what exactly the curse does. Yeah, they pop up randomly. Yeah, there are certain places where you can run into them. It's a lot like those other things, like, you know, the people lighting a fire, or the people having... the people getting robbed, and the beggars trying to get money out of you. Those random encounters. Those could be a nightmare to try and, you know, get all of the achievements for them. Kamina the Vamp, greetings! Greetings to you. The curse does nothing to you. Yeah, so far it looks like it doesn't do anything. I would be a little bit disappointed if it does nothing. Apparently it just, you get this purple glow when you rezone. There must be something. Maybe if you meet him a second time while you're cursed. But yeah, the fact that if you talk to him with the witch's hat on, he reacts differently. Sadly, I can't put the witch's hat on with this polymorph. Is that better? Is that a better look, or was the Bone Man cooler? Oh, but I don't get the red glow from my... from the IA set. It's kind of a shit costume to have a hat with. Do I have a Halloween-y costume? That's the point. That's the question. Definitely not. Moose, was this the one we made in your honor? A Swedish outfit. The colors of the Swedish flag. And all Nordic themed stuff. Svensk! Now, none of these are very Halloween-y. Rubbish. Oh, I'm glad we ran into him then. Well, thank you, Lily, for suggesting we're going to do some surveys. We ran into this new dude. And now he's gone. Yeah, makes a great Halloween costume. Balora, but yeah, because of wintertime, the kicking now starts 1 hour earlier in trading guilds. The kicking. Sounds like a cheesy horror movie. So many corny films with that construction as a title. You just get a present tense verb and put a the in front of it. This effect is really cool. I just wish they weren't so pointless to do these treasure maps. I don't know, man. Faith, I have 2,000 Dragon Blood. It took me ages to realize it was worth anything. The add-ons for Xbox have helped significantly. Oh, I bet they have, yeah. Lena Elvira, I love seeing random new stuff in the game. I've spent 11 years playing it. Yeah, I haven't spent that long. I mean, I've had it since the beginning, but I wasn't playing it like this until 2019, just before lockdown kicked in, really. And thank you so much for the follow, Hoodwinkler, another excellent name. Gumbro, Malakath Priest is a funny encounter. Yes, that's true. That's very true. There's also that orc who wants you to kill him. He's an old warrior who wants an honorable death. Definitely a Star Trek fan who came up with that quest, right? It is a good day to die. How's this, Lily? Enjoying the survey show? Oh, yeah. Use the brew. Should I use the brew now that I've got the... Don't think I have any on this character. Can't even spell. No, don't have any in the bank either. Alright, we'll port to a city and make some witch mothers just for the hell of it. Hey, DHL delivered the parcel? What's in the box? What's in the box? Tell us. And Obergal, afternoon. Afternoon yourself. Faith, I turned my tune into a zombie with 4 arms. Was that with the new dress, or what? Come on, Zos, add crown crates with stuff that I want. Sounds like a plan for a horror movie. Typos. I mean, sounds like a PG, I see, right. The kicking, yeah. Oh, witch's whistle? Yeah, go on then. But the point was to wear the hat. I can't do that if I'm in skeleton form. Also, the Bone Man is cooler, isn't he? The Bone Man is cooler than this guy. Really? Now I cannot change outfits? No way, that sucks. So I can't change my weapon cosmetics? No way. No, I'm locked in now. That's funny. A new router. Oh, you sent me some witch mothers? No way. Thank you. Could just go and craft it. Ah, look at that. Thank you, Belorda. What a genius. Does it change the curse in any way? Nope. But yeah, we do know... Okay, I didn't read you the details. I think the whole conversation is there if you're really curious and want to spoil it for yourselves. But on UESP, it did say if you talk to him wearing the Witch Mother's hat and or with that food buff active, or maybe it's the skeleton actually. Yeah, it's probably the skeleton, not the potent brew. Then the conversational choices are different. That's kind of fun. Yeah, it's the Witch Mother's brew, not the potent brew. I forgot that that's what it was called. The sort of the custom polymorph. What do you guys think is cooler, actually? Oh, you just can't see it. What's cooler, that one or this guy? Is this guy muted? Shouldn't be. Welcome in, Jams. How's it going? Do you guys not hear me anymore? Sir Danyo! Yo, has it been really 3 years already? How's it going, Khan? Is that the Danyo? Wow, what a legend. I remember you changing your name to Sir Danyo. It is indeed. Holy shit, dude. I was thinking about you just yesterday. I think of you often. We don't have a dungeon group at the moment, so it's bound to happen. Hey, guys, give it up for my good buddy Danyo, who was in the ultimate dungeon group with me and Maya and Sin of Men for, like, over 2 years, wasn't it? It's freaking ages. But took a little break from ESO earlier this year. Yeah, we miss you like hell, man. How you doing? Alright, Charms is gonna refresh. Hope so. We need to know what's in the box. Yeah. The glyphs don't make much difference, Lily. Well, there we go, yeah. Well, good luck with the new router. That sounds fun. And thanks, Daniel, for the Prime sub. Really, really appreciate it, man. That is crazy. That's got to be one of the longest subscribe streaks on this channel. That is incredible. I'm fine, thanks. Had the week off so I can chill all day. Hell yeah. I really cannot. I'm enjoying... This is my time off, basically. This is my nice hang with the awesome people on Twitch. As soon as I'm done here, I have a million fucking things to do. There are even days when I'm supposed to finish streaming at like 3 or 4, but I just don't wanna. It's so nice here. It's like getting out of a warm bath. You're like, I'm definitely clean now, but this is just so nice. I just want to hang for a little bit more, or getting out of bed in the morning. Sometimes that's what it feels like closing the stream, because you guys are the freaking greatest. I can hear now, bro. Sorry, it was me. Yeah, no worries, man. Don't worry, I answered you and said, yes, I'm not muted. But yeah, welcome on in, Charms. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. Jen, hello! Been playing since 2019, my first video game. Wow, so we joined this at around the same time. Although this is your first video game, you're either a lot younger than I am, or you made it quite a long way through your life without playing any video games. I guess Maya did that. She only played like a handful of games as a kid and a teenager. And then I showed her like Dawn of War, Left 4 Dead, and a few other games like this. And eventually she got into Skyrim. Game over, man. Game over. Yeah, that's awesome, Daniel. Enjoy your week off. How's the, alright, so let me just put Daniel's shit out in the streets right here. This is the man who, as far as I can tell, as far as I'm aware, has a very nice job. A very successful motherfucker who is very into his games and whatnot, but doesn't have, you know, kids to pay for or anything like that. So, you know, he can indulge in a little bit of tech wizardry now and again. And I remember listening to the blow-by-blow story of Daniel installing a second PC that he could game on, or was it just another screen? As far as I remember, it was a whole new system where the monitor was suspended above his bed, so he could just lie down and do, so long as it wasn't like heavy mouse and keyboard gameplay. You just play anything in bed. Isn't that the freaking dream? I don't think it had ever occurred to me that that was a thing that I wanted. Yeah, it was a second PC. But as soon as you described what you were gonna do, and then as I heard the updates as you got it set up, I was like, I need this in my life. I want this so bad. A Steam Deck is nice, but this would be cooler. And LeBro, love the hype. And Belorda said, have to call Vodafone last week because I got some internet problems. So they suggested, I see, upgraded my contract. We'll be paying the same amount. Hey, sweet. Shining Chocobo, looking to start. Yes, I've never played an MMO before though. All right, if you like story and interesting combat systems in video games, the combat system in ESO is quite weird. I don't mean weird as in bad. I mean weird as in unusual. So that might take a little bit of getting used to, but compared to other MMOs, I'd say one of the things that this one does really well is the world and the story. Now, these are not things that MMOs are supposed to be that good at. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect game. I'm here mostly because I'm a fan of the Elder Scrolls, but then I stayed because A, the world and the stories are so well done. That was a thing that's always been missing for me from every other MMO that I've tried. And then I realized how great the combat system was, and then finally I realized how awesome the community is. That was during lockdown. The people who play this game, it's like one of the nicest pockets of the internet, in my opinion. So yeah, we're really lucky in that regard. So yeah, if you like the Elder Scrolls setting, if you like high fantasy, which isn't too silly, like it does get silly. Look at this. This is a Halloween event right now. So there are pumpkins everywhere and silly stuff going on, but ultimately it doesn't have its tongue in its cheek the way that a lot of fantasy games do. And it doesn't feel like a terribly patronizing experience. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you're into those sort of things, I'd say, yeah, give it a go. Give it a go. I love it, but I'm biased. Lies, Daniel. Like something like actually nice. I can only dream of speeds like that as I live in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, we get pretty good speeds around here, so just keep an eye on it. Likes to play catch. It'll happen. Like when Maya and I moved house out of Bristol, we were very conscious of the fact that we had to upload huge video files every week. Also being gamers, and we weren't streaming back then, but we wanted the fastest internet speeds we could get, and we looked at a couple of beautiful like farmhouses and stuff like that, but they're just too far away. The internet you could get there was just not good enough. So there were houses which would have been much more affordable, because of course the further you move away from towns and cities, everything gets cheaper, up to a point. So we were looking at like gorgeous, beautiful, big farmhouses that would have been so nice to live in, but forget it. Our budget didn't allow it because, well, we only wanted to spend a certain amount on the house, and we needed that internet. It's a shame. So we ended up moving into a very small town just outside a big city. But yeah, since then, fiber optic speeds have gone absolutely crazy all around this neighborhood. So now, if we were to look at the same house, if it were back on sale, this is like right in the middle of the country, right down by a river with, you know, one of those fords that you'd have to wade through rather than a freaking bridge. All of this kind of stuff. It was beautiful. If we went there now, I bet they have fiber optic. Or you could just pay a company to hook you up because the exchange is so nearby. So it can happen. Yeah, but don't worry about things like class and race choice if you start. This is a Shining Chocobo. Race doesn't matter much, and they added subclassings. You can bind whatever you want. Yeah, that's the thing. If you do start, there is a huge amount of flexibility in this game. Some would say too much now, but for a new player, it's definitely a good thing. It means that you're not making choices that you don't understand because you're new to the game, but that are limiting your experience. Like you're putting yourself into this box or that box without realizing it. That could be a huge deal. Hey, Eggbirds, how's it going? Eggbirds! Yeah, Balorda's in a big city. Nice. Shining Chocobo, the game looks great. Templar and Sorcerer look fun. Probably going for an Argonian. My first character was a lady Argonian. I thought, what are the two racial and like gender choices which are going to be least represented in this game? And I thought, either a female lizard or a female redguard. Black women, always underrepresented, right? So, in the end, I went with an Argonian Nightblade called the Shadow Scale. I Bagsied that name right off the bat. I still have that character. Although, I recreated it and renamed it for reasons, but... No hype train for Eggbirds? Yeah, we missed you today when I had to drop off Maya. Yeah, absolutely. No hype train, but as everyone said, because you didn't take over. Yeah, everyone was sad. And Jen, I doubt I'm younger than you are. My boyfriend works in tech, and he has fast upload speed and jokes. I play on a toaster. My load times are so slow. Oh, right, so yeah, local load times as well. Yeah, Maya used to play, this is my wife who runs Ninja Pulls with me. When we first started, she was playing this on a Mac, which was not really suited at all. It was an old editing rig that we had, and it worked, but when she would spawn in, often all the NPCs and other players would appear, but just black. They were completely textureless, pitch black characters. Very weird. And that's when the machine can't quite handle loading all that information at once. And Daniel, what's your take on the new update, Khan? Got to admit, I'm barely following ESO these days, but I did notice mixed feelings regarding the update. So, are we talking about the one that launched yesterday? Basically, they've not had a great year. I was talking about this earlier, Daniel. If you were to look, I'm going to try and go very quickly. If you were to look at what has happened this year on paper, it would probably look like quite a good year. They did some new things. They launched subclassing, and it worked. But there've been quite a few issues with communicating with players. So expectations haven't been very well managed. People have expected something that they weren't getting. Like the fact that the seasons of the worm cult thing. They're talking about seasons of the worm cult and a content pass. The combination of the words season and pass are just like, you might as well say to a dog, bath time. It's the gamer equivalent of that. It's like, horror, no, don't do this to us. And that's not what they've done. They've not given us a season pass. They've just sort of reformatted the chapter model slightly, and they're doing a more general reformatting next year, and we'll see where that goes. But for now, we don't really know what the new format is, because the one we got this year was basically a repetition, but through the way that they marketed it, they put off a lot of people because of their choice of words. They unintentionally or foolishly used buzzwords that are very negative. Then also, subclassing was clearly rushed, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I'd be surprised if Gilliam and his team thought, yes, this is ready. There's no way they thought that. They may not have realized how far the players would pick at it and criticize it, but what we got is a system with quite a lot of holes. It worked, but it concentrated the meta arguably even more than it already was. So you get a lot of this. Assassination, Herald of the Tome, plus something else. So everyone's running Assassination from the Nightblade and Herald of the Tome from the Arcanist, and then one other skill line. And that isn't really the promise of the premise of subclassing. You know, to increase diversity, it does on paper, but in practice, as is so often the case, the more options you give players, the more you remove structures and barriers from an RPG, the more everything ends up looking the same. Because if you're building for power, there is a meta and people will follow it. And in the past, we at least had situations where we could not follow the meta completely. We're on the wrong class. We don't have access to all the same stuff. So we have to obey those constraints. We now don't have to anymore. So everyone can be the same. And people haven't enjoyed that. And then the last two updates have suffered from the fact, this is update 47 and 48, they've suffered from the fact that the devs have not rushed in to try and patch, to sort of paper over the cracks in subclassing. To their credit, I'm glad they didn't do that, but it also means they haven't really done anything else. So hopefully they're giving us a much more polished, finished, balanced version in the new year, and that's going to involve a bit more of an overhaul, a bit more of a deep dive. They've even released a player survey, yada yada yada. But in the meantime, a lot of players, didn't buy the new expansion because they didn't understand what it was. They looked at the map. This is another big problem. They look at the map and think, oh, that's freaking tiny. Look at that compared to Somerset, Westweald, Rothgar, Vardenfeld, Apocrypha, all these places. It looks really small. It actually isn't. Once you get there on the map, it's just as big as any of the others. The new trial wasn't amazing. It's good, but it's not a Lucent Citadel or a Dreadsail Reef. So yeah, a lot of players then were desperate to see updates to subclassing in update 47 and 48, and when they didn't arrive, people got mad. And then there have been some embarrassing little bugs and maybe not the most the best judgment calls with regard to the new event. Like, things haven't been working that well. Rewards have been criticized, but yeah, it's a bit harsh because there are a lot of small things, but they do add up. So I think if you take subclassing out of it, it's been a pretty good year. The Writhing Wall hasn't thrilled everyone. I've been okay with it because I knew what to expect. I went on PTS, I tested everything. I literally told them, and Gina responded to me, said, thank you so much, I'm passing this on to all the relevant people. I said, this is what's not going to work. And they did tweak some of it, but yeah, we're still left with some outstanding issues. Anyway, that was as brief as I could make it without skipping anything important. So I hope that was alright. And Jarms is saying, ESO is my favourite game, always come back to it. I've played since PS4 release. Nice, yeah, it's right up there for me. It's certainly the game I play the most. Egbert's, aww. But Lord, now that I'm waiting for DHL, now that I'm not waiting for DHL anymore, I've got a suggestion on what to do. Moonhunter Keep and March of Sacrifices for the new leads. Okay. Could do that. Solo, or or you want to group up, or what? My trade guild has demoted me. I'm not sure what's going on there. Lily Dryad, a 17k resistance is good. It's okay. Yeah, I'm usually on 17, 18, 20k on a DD. Obviously, if you're a tank, that's crap. If you are on a solo build, it might be a little low, depending on what you're trying to solo. But for like, Maelstrom Arena, Vadishran Hollows, World Bosses, that's more than enough. Yeah, 7k should be fine. And what leads? What do I want to run these now? Yeah, Azar Lizard would have been terribly underappreciated. Fair enough. Huntsman's War Mask. Yeah, the new single target mythic. Ayla, bro. Thank you for lurking. I really appreciate it. And Meowit, sir, that is a mechanical hard drive. Mine stopped all the black coverings when I switched to SSD. Do you think it's a mechanical thing specifically? I thought it was just a speed thing. Not being able to load everything in, but yeah. Sorry, I'm minutes behind now because Daniel asked me such a complicated question. It might be pretty good in quite a few boss fights. Yeah, it's sort of borderline. It's definitely going to be worth collecting, I think. Thank you, Saturning, for the hydrate. Don't mind if I do. Meow, it's switching to NVMe was a revelation, like playing a new game. I honestly didn't notice, but I upgrade stuff fairly regularly, so I didn't make like a big leap in terms of hard drive tech.
Perfectly safe, you said.
Courting Onyx, Archivarius, what a great name, and the Chad 1011. Welcome on in, thank you very much for the follows, and happy Tuesday everyone, hope you're having a good one. We are rambling a little bit today, there's a lot to talk about. Chat is popping off, which I love. And Lost in Eternity, instead of adding more variety, subclassing kills diversity. Yeah. I wish I could screenshot a discussion that was had on the Discord server for content creators just after subclassing went live. Okay, so 8 Puppies, Skinny Cheeks, and I had been on PTS, testing, voicing our concerns, which were... I don't want to say like the devs weren't listening, and they absolutely were listening, but they didn't have time to really respond to what we were saying, that whoa, the meta is going to be really narrow. But there are other content creators who, quite rightly, they do not dive into a theory crafting and score pushing and group comps and DPS and all that analysis the way that 8 Puppies does, or the way that Skinny Cheeks and I might do, for example. So they were coming at it from a very different way, and there was like a real sense of bafflement at how the hell we could be talking about the meta is going to narrow when we've got more choice than ever. People were genuinely struggling to understand, and 8 Puppies and I gave this example specifically. It's one of those things, you've seen it in a lot of MMO and live service games before, that when you remove constraints, when you spread out the combat system so that you give everyone access to everything, in theory, it creates more diversity, but in practice, it does the opposite. It narrows everyone into one place. And Pups has played quite a few more MMOs than I do, so he was able to supply, like, real-life examples from the last decade of exactly the same thing. That was quite interesting. And more Dust the Red. Can't wait until they bring back ranked tribute. Us seasoned players can tell against this casual gameplay. Nice. And Meow, I haven't tried subclassing yet. It's a really small, it's a really multi-classing passives. Yeah, it kind of is. They should, again, with the terminology. Why did they call it subclassing and not multi-classing? It's not a big deal, but it's one of those slight inaccuracies that a lot of people have picked up on, and some people have got actually annoyed about. It doesn't bother me, but I'm curious. I mean, it's one syllable shorter. It's a fairly academic distinction, but again, these are terms that... This is terminology that is not new in the gaming space. It has been used before. Players feel like this means one thing, that means other. It's like the distinction between a roguelike and a roguelite. It's not a big deal, but since the distinction exists, shouldn't we obey it? I don't know. Interesting. And Iles, if you're still looking for something to do, Khan, take me to DSR and LC. I'll pay you in bananas. Yeah, let's go. Group up. Let's go. Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, no worries. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Subclassing sounded pretty cool on paper. It is pretty cool. It just wasn't quite finished. And this is just my theory. I have no idea if this is accurate. But my assumption is that with this big, the launch of Update 46 and Seasons of the Wormcult Part 1 and Western Solstice, they wanted subclassing to arrive with that. I get it. All the hype is sort of orbiting around that central release of the year. So they wanted it to be ready around that time. Even though it was free and no one was... It's a base game thing. No one's buying the new chapter so they get access to subclassing. It helps to build hype and momentum around that update. So I think I can see why they would do that. Unfortunately, it could have used another 6 months in the cooker, Like, all the tech... There is one bug with it that's got some people really annoyed, and it seems that they've had issues fixing that. But it worked very, very well. Without hiccups. It's just the balance thing. Can't comment on how it really plays out because since I dipped out before it launched, yeah, exactly. And Toy Gun, hello. Lily Drive, just got a message on my guild Discord. Apparently people can port to the new zone without the content pass. Oh my god, really? Yikes. Well, then we might be in for a rollback on those people. So if anyone's listening, I don't want to spread... Do be careful, guys, about spreading this stuff. On Twitch, I can't imagine you get into trouble, but I guess I might. But try not to spread these things around. Just in case. There have been instances of people saying, oh, lol, look what you can do, look at this bug. And then they get a ban. Because they are basically publicizing an exploit and explaining how to do it. So, yeah, please don't put these things in my chat, just in case. In the case of this, it's absolutely fine. But don't go porting there if you don't have the content pass. Just in case. You might only get a rollback, but that could still be annoying. If you do a trial later and you get an achievement you didn't have, and then you lose that achievement because they have to roll you back to a couple of days before. I don't know. I don't know exactly how these things work. I just remember this is exactly what happened with Greymore when that released. Everyone who hadn't bought it was able to port in and just wander around, start doing the quests, do the mythics. Mythics were a new thing, antiquities, with that update, so... Yeah, just be careful. And know the risks. Eggbird saying, from a casual player standpoint, I really enjoyed subclassing, but I've not really been playing harder content, just solo stuff I can run whenever and still be functional. Yeah, man. Trussing Sage. Another great name. I really enjoyed that. And Shining Choco. Thank you so much for the follows. Really appreciate it. Meow, so my last upgrade was in October 10 years ago. Wow. Lost in Eternity seems it was a reason why 8 Puppies switched to WoW. I mean, he's been playing WoW for a long time. But no, the main reason is because, in his case, the main reason is that after Update 46, which is this massive, massive power spike, they pretty much had to lower DPS output. They had to nerf things and balance them downward a little bit. And that meant that score push groups had suddenly lost so much freaking damage. I mean, they still had way more than 4 months ago. But because they had a lot less than 1 week ago, where's the fun in score pushing? Your personal bests, your best clears are suddenly, like, way out of reach. You will have to work 20 times as hard, get 20 times as lucky to match the performance you had in the previous patch. And that's a big thing of what Pups is doing. You know, he's got all the trifectas. His team, his, like, main group, has done all of this. They score push. That's where the fun is for them. So Zos inadvertently took the end game away from those guys completely. Well, not completely, but you get it. If part of the thrill is, like, beating what you could do previous patch, and suddenly there's no way you can do that anymore. So for him, that was a big reason. But he's very sensible and realistic about the fact that that is a niche issue. Like, it's not a deal breaker for the vast majority of players. Just for him and his gang, it's like, well, what's the point? And a lot of other people, like Charles was talking about this, that the new trial, because the trifecta was relatively easy to get, the hard modes were relatively easy to do, there's less room for optimization and pushing and all that stuff later. But yeah. And Kamal, hello there! Subclassing would have been cool. Ket, whatever this is, sucked a lot of the fun out of it. For me and many others, sadly. I think it was cool. But, there were too many issues with it. And we, as a community, the ESO player base is relatively plugged in. I know we can make fun of the mid-game, and we can make fun of noobs for making very silly mistakes and having very silly builds. And that kind of stuff. That's a meme that's fun, that, you know, fun to recycle. It never goes away. But the truth is, the player base is fairly engaged with what's going on in the combat system. Even if we're not the people who are that bothered about min-maxing or meta-humping, we're generally aware of what's going on with those people. And with commentary like mine, Skinnies, 8 Puppies, Hyper, Lucht, who else am I forgetting? And just people who are on stream, not necessarily making YouTube videos, but talking about it, discussing it with viewers. These things were discussed endlessly. So they became magnified and magnified in terms of the attention paid to them. And instead of talking about the fact that they... Years ago, Zos would have been praised for releasing this huge subclassing system with only one major bug that I'm aware of. And it's not even that major. It's fairly niche, but it's quite a serious bug. It's just not very widespread. Where people can get stuck in the starter quest for it. Like, that would have been a real victory for them, but because there were so many glaring things about it which were unfinished, or it's like, hang on, when am I ever going to use talons ever again? One of my favorite abilities. When am I ever going to use crystal frags again? One of my favorite abilities. Because of these things being discussed endlessly by me and everyone else, that is where the dissatisfaction came from. But yeah, the fact that it created big problems in PvP was immediately obvious from the moment they announced it. It's literally the first thing I asked Matt Fireraw when we got our special 2 days early, I want to say, preview. It was either 24 hours or 48 hours. We got the news. We got the presentation, and we had a quick Q&A with Jess and and some of the devs, and I asked Matt Fireraw, what is this going to do to PvP? And he basically said, don't worry, because vengeance is a thing. When we get to the end of that, we'll figure out what to do. But, like, that could be months away, and it's turned out, yes, it is months away. So, yeah. Yeah, tricky. Anyway, I need to stop yapping in response to everything and just crack on. Yeah, and Daniel, you could kind of do that before subclassing. I think I get what you're trying to say. It was somehow predictable that 1 or 2 meta builds would be played everywhere, as is tradition. Yeah, and it isn't that bad. It really isn't that bad. We have got some variety here. But there are just some glaring imperfections. They're not game-breaking. It doesn't make the game shit. Or anything like that. That's why I've been surprised by some of the negativity, which is like, oh my god, subclassing is awful, update 47 is awful. I was like, I don't see that. I just think, like, the way I've characterized it, subclassing was like on a very exuberant party. The devs broke out all the kegs and all the stuff, and we all had a lot of fun with it. But then update 47 and 48 have been like the cleanup whilst you're hungover. It needs to be done, it's necessary work, but it's painful and boring, and it's not fun for anyone. And you just wish you hadn't done update 46 the way you did. I feel like that's a pretty good analogy for what's going on. It's not that update 47 and 48 have been bad, or the devs have failed to make adjustments. Hopefully they are doing larger scale overhauls that we'll see bear fruit in the new year. Hopefully. But yeah, I really do think that update 46 is the problem. It's not the subsequent 2. They just haven't been very exciting. But that wouldn't be a problem if there weren't such well-publicized issues that players want dealt with, you know? But yeah, as is tradition, Daniel. And Tier Sign, thank you very much for the follow. Meowitzo was saying, wait, what they added was really multi-classing. Yeah, because people are mostly grabbing passives. Subclassing would have been if they restricted it to skills. I think subclassing is when you add a subclass of your own. So a Nightblade with this twist to it. What they're actually doing is clearly they're letting you be a DK, a Nightblade, and a Sork, or whatever, all at once. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Eggwards, yeah, now I could ditch the lame skill lines of a class and only get the really cool ones, yeah. And that's the thing, it was always going to cause a massive power creep. Always. The devs knew, we knew. Modest the Red, multiclass is a trademark thing of D&D. Oh, you think that's actually the reason? I'd be surprised if it was actually protected. But yeah, that's a good point. Good point. And hey, by the way. Hey, Kamul, I didn't greet you properly there, buddy. How's it going? Hope you're having a good week. Everyone, if you're not already following Kamul, make sure you check him out. Even if you're not into PvP, this is one of the excellent PvP content creators we have around here that can convert you. Or at least entertain you. So yeah, go and hit the follow button. There's no way you'll regret it. And welcome on in, buddy. Hope you're having a good one. So Lost in Eternity was saying, I wish Zos would add real subclassing within each class. Yeah, Frost Warden or Pet and Animals focused one. Yeah, exactly. And Frank GTZ, this is what happened to Destiny 2. Frank GD, what a genius. That's exactly what 8 Puppies was talking about. The new subclass system where classes lost their identity. Yeah. Yep. But we won against we won against the guard. We won against the guard on Sunday. Fair enough. Yeah, everyone has access to everything, Frank, yeah. And welcome on in, by the way. Nice to see you. Lily, and apparently those people were banned. Ooh. Yikes. Yeah, no worries, Lily. All good. You didn't do anything wrong. And Cyborg, maybe it's sub because they mean non-native. They sit underneath the base immutable class. Yeah, it still rubs me the wrong way.
Back away. I will defend myself.
The hell is that? Is that another random encounter? And Kamal, yeah, one of the leads drops there. Clap, as you can imagine. Yeah, the new mythic, exactly. And thank you for the follow, Frank. Really appreciate it. Mr. Vestax Gaming, advice for getting viewers when streaming ESO? Ooh. Do what I'm doing, but do it better. Like, I'm talking to everyone. I don't really know. See, I came from the privileged position of having a community already. Ninja Pulse is a teaching guild. So the guild existed. We had a Discord. We had a website. We then started a YouTube. The Twitch is the last thing we did. So we already had folks who knew us and were prepared to, like, come and hang out and just watch us do trials. And, but yeah, like, really engaging with the viewers is like, the main thing that I do. Unfortunately, because I'm giving every comment, like, a real proper hearing and trying to give, oh, my honest reaction to that is blah, blah, I end up yammering and then chat runs away from me and I need to catch up. But I will gladly pay that price, and people don't seem to mind. And we've had a lot of kind words and good feedback about, hey, we like the fact that you don't just go, you know, just read through the chat. I totally understand why streamers are doing that. They got to play their game. They got to get shit done. But I will regularly take breaks and just stand still in game and just talk. So that's worked for me. Does it work for everyone? No way. If Shroud did that, he's obviously a gigantic streamer compared to Ninja Pulse. But if he were to do that, I don't think his community would be impressed, because they want to see the man's awesome gameplay. That's a big part of it. And Zinni, hi. And yeah, no, Kamul. Subclassing as an idea. Gotcha. We got a double shout out for Kamul there. Thanks, Zim. And this subclassing implementation is quite boring, to say the least. Lily Dryad Khan, sending my updated build on Discord, 92k. Well, that's quite a jump. Good luck with it. Lily Dryad, take a look. And most noobs in mid-game is like 98% of the player base. Maybe so. Marcus Flavius, what's Vengeance? Vengeance is the... I'm sure this has been answered by now, but it is not on at the moment. It is a series of technical tests in Cyrodiil where they turn off a bunch of things, like sets, champion points, enchantments. I mean, countless things. All these things that the server has to keep track of. It's all in the name of seeing what has the biggest impact on Cyrodiil performance. Right? So they're doing one technical test after another, and they're gradually reintroducing new things. What they've started doing now, in the last one and the upcoming one in December, is adding completely new systems to replace things like CP. And it's got a lot of PvPers worried. But we're not going to get into that right now. But yeah, that's what it is. It's a series of tech tests, and it basically, the idea is that after they're done with all of these, they will be able to come up with a better way for Cyrodiil to finally, for PvP to separate from PvE, or at least for Cyrodiil to do so, and for it to work better, but without making it a completely boring, you know, without killing what makes ESO's PvP good in the first place. That's the challenge. It's like, yeah, it's a tricky balance. And Moose is not really related to CP level. Plenty of 2,000 plus players don't know how to play at all. Yeah, Charms. What's class as a noob? Yeah, and RP Snyder, I think they should have had some balance changes in update 48. Would have been nice, wouldn't it? But if they've skipped them because they're working on a larger scale, like, overhaul of things for next year, then I'm okay with it. But yeah, absolutely. Everyone's heart sank a little bit when we saw the reveal, and it's like, no combat changes. And I'm really glad it wasn't something they had in their script for that reveal either, for the preview stream. Gina just remembered to say towards the end, maybe because she was reading comments, but good on her for remembering. This is like the most important thing for me. She said, oh, by the way, we know some of you were hoping for combat changes. We've got some bigger, larger scale stuff that we're working on for 2026. So please just be patient. It is coming. We just can't tell you more about it yet. It's not finished. And it was like a 10-second thing, and she almost didn't say it, and no one else thought to say it either. For me, it was like the main reason I was there, because it was all that anyone in our Discord was talking about. So yeah, really interesting. And Frank, I've had some really good players in my guild that will take time to help people out with their builds and tell them what gear to go for at each stage of their journey. That is, yeah, respect to those people. But it's really common that the the genuine, like, end gamers get shit talked a lot. It's used like sweat lords, toxic elitists, or tryhards, or whatever. They're often thrown around as though they're bad, you know, pejoratives. But in truth, my experience of end gamers in PvE and in PvP is that they generally, not always, but generally, they are extremely generous with their time in helping you understand better what they're doing, why they're doing it, how you can replicate their results. They want more people doing what they do. Trial people want more DDs who are like kicking ass in trials. We need more healers. We need more tanks. Ambitious players who have got the bug, you know, and want to get better. Want to join a cool group that can get faster clears, quicker clears, easier clears, smoother, cleaner, all of that stuff. Harder, faster, louder, you know? And PvP is the same. They want more bodies in Cyrodiil to play with and to play against. The players are the content in an MMO. This grand myth of endgamers being gatekeepers is so wrong. It's an invention of, I don't know, some disgruntled people who've had a bad experience. And it's a real shame that it keeps being perpetuated. And the devs sometimes unwittingly participate in perpetuating that. Bit of a shame, yeah. So yeah, thanks for that, Frank. I'm glad you've had that experience. And Jarm's asking what CP level classes are new. Yeah, so it's not really about your CP. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about getting to a certain level before you'll be taken seriously. As long as if you just have social skills and you're interested in the game, you'll be fine. And as long as you find nice people, that's the key as well, right? If the first group we end up with has a real dickhead in there who's just really mean or impatient or toxic, then that can color our view of a lot of the player base, and it's a shame because it doesn't reflect what's actually going on. But yeah, I hope my explanation was good there, Marcus Flavius on What's Vengeance. Meowitzer. And thank you for the follow, by the way, RP Snyder. Meowitzer was saying it has more to do with the studio being cut in half and then reduced again. Actually, just to correct you on that, nobody who worked on ESO was fired. Okay? So Microsoft, for reasons that are utterly unrelated to production, but seem entirely related to long-term shareholder analysis and keeping stakeholders happy and all of that stuff, and just making the books look a certain way. They axed huge numbers of people within Microsoft across their gaming divisions and so on, including on games that showed a lot of promise. Blizzard were working on this thing that they haven't really been able to talk about, but that apparently was really fucking cool. Blizzard have a good track record. Whatever you think of the games that they are prepared to do new and interesting things in video gaming. And this was apparently the next in line. Apparently the new MMO that people were working on at ZOS, it was a big chunk of the team, was engaged on this new MMO. Those were the people who were fired. Yeah, sure, there were some that were wearing two hats. They were a little bit on ESO, but mostly on the other project. But to be clear, no, it was this other project that got axed, with the logic that, well, everyone who's working on that isn't needed if we cancel that game. So actually, I think while the hit to morale and the sense of what the hell is happening at ZOS, that must have been huge. It must have been enormous and heartbreaking and all the rest of it. Very disruptive. It's not correct to say that, oh, half the people working on ESO are gone, so they can only do half the things. It's not true. But yeah, the fact that it definitely had an impact, Meowed, so you're not wrong about that. Yeah, when the layoffs happened. Yeah, also, that's the thing. But Lord is absolutely right. They work on like an 18-month lead time. So the stuff that we see arrive in the game was started often 18 months ago. And has been iterated upon and developed throughout that stage. So this is what we talk about. When the devs have to exist in several timelines at once. There's the timeline where the players are. there's the timeline of the stuff that they're working on, and there's all the other stages in between. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, come on, no worries, man. And likes to play catch. Now that they've cancelled their other MMO, the studio has now got extra staff at hand for further content. Well, no, because those people are gone. But yeah, there has been some speculation about, you know, they're having renewed focus on just one project. Who knows? I doubt it could ever be as simple as these people are working on that game, these people are working on that game, and there's no overlap at all. That can't be right. Maybe, but I've never worked as a game developer, so shockingly ignorant of these things, sadly. Otherwise, I'd love to you know, expound a little bit on that. Lily Drad, when they announced scribing, I read it so that you could edit existing skills with scriptures. That would have been more interesting. Yeah, but it also would have been enormous. Yeah. And Robert Payton, interaction is 100% the way to keep folks around. Well, thank you. I'm conscious that while we've been having this conversation, 100 people have left or whatever. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's always different when drops are on as well. There are people who are there for different reasons. But yeah, Daniel lurking for a bit. No worries, man. Lovely to see you again. Say hello to Maya from me. Absolutely will. And Robert Payton, you just reminded me to get my surveys done. I always wait too long and need to spend forever getting through them. Yeah, same here. Same here, especially now that they stack. It's been awful. And I've been really busy, so... Yeah, Lily Dryer, the damage jump is really funny. It's mostly switching to Gravelord. Death Knell, banner with direct damage, Warrior's Opportunity. Yeah, it's always the case, man. It's always like that, Lily. It's a combination of little things. Sometimes there's a big glaring error in one of these, but generally, the feedback that I'm giving that helps people get from 60k to 100k, or from 100 to 150 or whatever, the jumps that we see in our Discord are insane sometimes. We literally got someone from 65 to 120 in the space of a week. And that was during our Smacktober thing that we did. And Wildcard, thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate it. Lost in Eternity, toxic positivity. It can be much worse. Yeah, it can be much more damaging. Toxic casuals are worse. Yep. I don't feel the need to chuck around the label and demonize any particular group of players, but I know exactly what you're saying. That video Nefas made about quote-unquote toxic casuals was pretty on point. Nefas, not always a man, not a man I always agreed with, but a lot of his commentary on this kind of stuff was very... He definitely had a right to dig his heels in over these things. And I think he generally articulated his case pretty well. Despite a lot of the abuse or abuse, maybe not the right word, but yeah, a lot of the communication he was getting from these people is extremely mean-spirited and in bad faith and personal. He made a good case that this is not the way to do it. The way I prefer to try and get people off this mode of thinking is to say this whole division, this dividing line between end gamers and casuals is bullshit. There is no line. There is just a contiguous mass of nerds, players, whatever, customers, whatever you want to call us. It is a bracket that encompasses everyone, and sure, there's a gradient in there. You know, there are players who are more interested in the game than others. There are players who will quite easily drop it if there's something they don't like. There are players like me who are a little bit more invested and who will endure poor performance or a lackluster patch or whatever for a while because we love the game so much and we don't have anything else we particularly don't want to play and we hang out with the community here. There are people who do trials, people who don't. But yeah, this distinction is completely false in terms of that hard divide, and I don't think it helps. But yeah, you guys are right. You're right, RP Snyder and Lost in Eternity. Lily Dryad, I mean, when you go to Battlegrounds and just get absolutely destroyed, you kind of don't want to do it again. Yeah, but that is somewhat inevitable with PvP, yeah, that you need to do some prep. Especially when the PvP is relatively complicated, like in this game. There's a lot of power to be gained from getting the right build and using it correctly. Being able to theory craft, it takes experience, it takes knowledge. But yeah, when you get clapped, not a good motivator. likes to play catch. I came across some really rude players with 2k CP in Dungeon last night when I was doing pledges. Yeah, it's not a noob thing. It's just a... It could be they're having a bad day. It could be they're not a very socially adept person. Who the hell knows? And most, yeah, when they're a bigger group than the supposed group they make up lies about, it's difficult to change people's beliefs. Yeah, that's a very fair point. And that mostly happens in Battlegrounds when you enter with a PvE build. Yeah, which is not how it should work. Thank you, Alan Carr, for the hydrate. Appreciate it. Meow, it's a gotcha. I'm sorry. I understand. I wasted like a minute clarifying something you already were aware of. Gotcha. Talking about studios in general, not ESO. Or this studio in general. And BW90, I like subclassing, but I do think they should give incentives to also play pure class. Yeah. One of the things about it which felt quote-unquote unfinished to a lot of players. That's one of several strands to that argument. And I'm genuinely hopeful. People might say I'm inhaling the copium here, but I'm hopeful that there's no way they don't know how we feel or what our criticisms are. They might need a bit more clarity on certain things, but yeah, the pure class, dead skill lines, a lack of diversity concentrated at the top. These are all things that could be, if not solved, then alleviated with more of an overhaul of class skill lines post subclassing. And yeah, one of the issues clearly is people who want to play their Sork as a Sork. They want to keep those 3 skill lines. You spread the power around a little bit, suddenly you don't have the opportunity to drop the healing skill line and the tanking skill line and just pick 3 DPS skill lines. That's part of the issue, in my opinion. If everything has a bit more of a mixture, then a lot of those problems go away. The disadvantage that pure classes are suffering under goes away. Or at least becomes less, you know? And Lost in Eternity, if no one from ESO team was fired, then ESO gets so little amount of new content. Maunders the Red. Moose, what's it got to do with ESO? Maunders the Red, speaking on future planning, my brother would never have thought EA would get bought out. Your brother? And Zoom the Bard, next year will be a bounce back year for ESO. Either next year or the year after, we'll get Whiterun. It's my prediction. I'm hoping for more Redguard stuff, man. Been wanting this for years. It's one of the main reasons I still think The Elder Scrolls 6 might be set somewhere around here, is that this is the most glaring gap on the map and has been for ages. I mean, we've now got a little bit of it back with Westweald, you know, but... Subtlety, I'm having tons of fun running the combined Halloween and Writhing Wall dailies. I'm glad. I've been enjoying it from time to time. Like, I get the criticisms for sure. Not gonna argue with anyone, but this... Again, I think when we get dissatisfied, some people struggle to deal in anything but absolutes. So, like, Skinny Cheeks posted a survey from his Discord, which was cool. It was a nice idea, just saying, hey, you know, just some very quick snapshot feedback for the devs, and it was like 5 options: best event ever, worst event ever, it's fine, it's quite good, it's a bit disappointing. You know, all those, you know, shades of grey from minus to -1, 0, +1, +2, that kind of thing. And a few people, not very many, but a few people did say worst event ever. I was like, that is literally an indefensible line to take. There's so much more happening in this event that is interesting. That is objectively wrong. That's not even an opinion. That's just stupid to say that. Like, it's demonstrably false. So, I think there is a temptation when we're disappointed with something, when we have a reaction to something, is to exaggerate just how dire the situation is. The internet is good at whipping up that kind of thing, isn't it? But yeah, I wouldn't mind Whiterun, Zim. I mean, I think I'd be more interested in going somewhere new. But, yeah, Whiterun would be cool. There's no doubt about that. And Belorda, when asked about Whiterun, they once said it won't come to ESO. Really? I don't think I knew that. That seems like a silly thing to say. A link for the Nefas video, anyone? Oh, it's ages ago, man. They also implied wanting to fill out the whole map. Yeah, yeah. Robert Patton, on the subject of toxicity, it is like a zoo. There are always animals that want to be the top of the food chain, but they forget they're all locked in here together. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Who said that? Zim, they have map paths in existing areas going towards Whiterun. I think it's just a matter of time. I would imagine that's definitely true. It's got to be just a matter of time. If the game survives long enough... Yeah, if the game keeps going... Hell yeah, Whiterun. Yeah, Gumbro, I'm stealing that one, yeah. Good afternoon, good old Erie. How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. RP Snyder, I'd love it if they gave bonuses to pure class because they're so behind. Yeah, and again, if they could either do that, but that would be another layer of complexity. My uneducated opinion is that they what I was suggesting would probably work better. If you take, for example, assassination, much as I kind of would hate to see this, and you just take some of the powerful elements out of it and put them elsewhere. Put them into siphoning and shadow and whatever. Don't get me wrong, that would be an incredibly difficult thing to do. But if they could spread that out and balance things that way, they wouldn't need to implement a complicated way to buff pure classes and figure out the various ins and outs of how that might work. They just wouldn't need to do it because it wouldn't be... The problem would no longer exist. So that is one of several reasons why I hope they are at least considering that tack. Rip talons, yeah, exactly. Robert Patton, best way to describe it for me, honestly. Yeah, it's pretty good. Is it Patton or Peyton? Sorry to put you on the spot there. And Gumbro, I think they'll do something to reverse subclassing. Like making a pure class buff or some mythic that will... Yeah, okay. That will nerf subclassing next content pass chapter whenever. They got to do something. And it is fun to speculate. But I still think... Could be confirmation bias at this point, but originally I thought what they should do was make sure that every class had an assassination. Or, let's give a better example. And make sure that every class had a Herald of the Tome, a Soldier of Apocrypha, a Curative Rune Forms. You know, there's a damage, tanking, healing line, and separate them out like that. But the more I thought about it, and Skinny Cheeks and I actually had a conversation, and it seems to have dawned on us both at around the same time, that actually, that might be the opposite of what we need. Maybe what we need is for everything to be spread out a little more. So that damage dealers looking for power will look at every single skill line with a critical eye. And they'll think, well, Adric's Spear is a better match with Draconic Power, so maybe I'll go for these two. And it won't just be like, what has the most damage in it? Gimme. And they'll figure out how to make it work later. But yeah, I think you're right, Gumbro. They've got something in the works. They must do by now. They must have known, certainly by halfway through the PTS cycle. Oh shoot! You know, if they didn't already know, and like I say, I have quite a lot of respect for. They don't get everything right, but Gilliam and his team, under Brian Wheeler, these are the guys that are responsible for combat changes. Brian Wheeler gets... Like, whenever people don't like stuff in the patch notes, Wheeler tends to get a lot of flack. Now, he's the guy you want to talk to, you want to yell at if you don't like what's happening in Vengeance. Or if you want Cyrodiil performance, you know. But, yeah, I think they're aware. I think they were aware before it went live that there needed to be some serious follow-up. Rorschach in Watchmen. Subtlety. I've probably been dumb, but yeah, what was that in reference to? That's a fun character. At BW, I would like Whiterun or Winterhold. Then the game needs nostalgia. Like Greymore a few years back. Nostalgia can work, for sure. For sure, I mean, we're kind of getting that this year. I thought it was interesting that when Oblivion Remastered came out, it was almost exactly the same time that we got the announcement about... I think it was literally the same date that we got the announcement about what Solstice was going to be. And the fact that... I think everyone knows this by now, but... Spoiler alert, close your ears for the next 3 seconds. The fact that Mannimarco is back. And much closer to the version that we will then go on to see in Oblivion. And I think it's easy to forget how big a part he plays in that game. So there's been kind of a nostalgia thing, but yeah, you're absolutely right, that can happen. Yeah, I'm not in here with you, you're in here with me, that was it, yeah, of course. And BW, I would like, yeah, that was what we were saying. Influx of players could add more scribing skills with the College of Winterhold. Yeah, that's a cool idea. That's another cool idea. So many good ideas. And Gumbro's saying to Robert Payton, no, I've lost it. Yeah, very well put. Toxicity often originates from one's own shortcomings. Completely agree with that. And that doesn't have to be like a personal shortcoming or stupidity. It could just be that you hate Whisper that person, not because you think they did anything wrong, but because you are angry that you died in PvP. You are angry at yourself for making a mistake. You're irritated at the game for not doing quite what you expect, you know? Very fair point. And RP Snyder, they should juice up the IA sets. Oh man, hard agree. They're pretty hard to farm, and even the best ones, Corpse Burst, not that great anymore. Yeah, I think it's clearer to me now why they were so disappointing for so long. Because they knew subclassing was in the works. So like, well, maybe we don't spend a lot of time and resources on, you know, really sparkling up and polishing up the Infinite Archive sets. Maybe we just let them sit for a while until we can get a proper view of the new landscape of this combat system, you know, going forward. That would make sense, wouldn't it? And now again, they might be looking, well, subclassing update 46 was just the beginning. Maybe in a year from now it'll be all sorted, and then we'll get around to the IA sets. But yeah, I completely agree. That would be a great balancing tool as well, right? If there's an outlier, like, we were talking about this just yesterday. Herald of the Tome, on the one hand it's really good, but on the other hand, very restrictive. Because you have to have these two skills on your front bar. You have to have the whole Crux generation thing. And it can make it very difficult to run anything else. If you don't want to use Fate Carver, I mean, you have to have Dread and Rune Blades. Wouldn't it be cool if you could use any other spammable than Rune Blades, but still use Tentacular Dread? That's a really cool playstyle. You build 3 Crux, boom. Fire the tentacle. But, you can't. And maybe a Mythic or a class set could remedy that. They could make it work with, I don't know, a spammable direct damage class abilities. Who the hell knows? It's just a completely random idea. But yeah, things like that. Zindabad, yeah. ES6 prediction is also Hammerfell. I mean, it looked like it from that one short trailer we got, didn't it? And subtlety, let's leave Tamriel and go to Akavir and Atmora. Yokuda. Is Yokuda really sunk like Atlantis? Or is it still there? Was it just like a cataclysm? It's never quite made clear. Surely if the island just sank, the Regatta would never have been possible. It would have been like a few ships of fucked up survivors, you know? Not an invading army. So yeah, there are some interesting places, but maybe it's a case of Bethesda not wanting Zos to go there first. I don't know. But they've shown themselves to be pretty good. A pretty safe pair of hands with the world building. And Meowth, so I want monks and more melee and more Khajiit lands. More Khajiit lands. They're pretty interesting, yeah. Monks and melee. And it's interesting you say that. That's one of the things that might actually be possible. Because, as we talked about earlier, if you're adding new weapon, if you're adding like a spear or something, look how many cosmetics you have to make for the fucking thing. It's outrageous. You can't do that. So, yeah, if we got something else that was unarmed combat, suddenly that problem is solved. No longer applies. So yeah, I think that's interesting. Lily Dryad was saying, I want one small thing. And overwork on head motifs for Khajiit and Argonians. I mean, have you seen a Khajiit in a Molakina mask? Yeah, some of them do not work at all. I'm with you. But it's a lot of extra work. Moose, it's stupid to say that. Now take a step back and think about what community you're talking about. Mondas the Red. Yeah. The Watchman. Meowth, so the Writhing Wall is too much grind for little reward. With completion errors, makes the event feel like a slog. I completely agree. It was the first piece of feedback I provided was just specifically the souls and the Quartermaster Nawalne quests. You know, like Golden Sap and Undead Essence. Those fetch quests. These should drop quicker. You know, they're very unimaginative quests. They're very familiar. They're very generic, derivative. At least give us something that is quick and easy. But they could be a real pain in the butt. And they got that feedback. But I guess they maybe... And I know Gina sent it directly to the team. Gina's awesome like that. But if it was just a sample size of 1, maybe they didn't feel they needed to do a damn thing about it. Because 100, 1,000 players can easily be wrong. Think how many people use Leeching Plate and think it's good. It's so many. So when they get a sample size of 1 player saying, oh, by the way, this is a problem, probably quite easy to ignore. Yeah. But I'm in full agreement. And I was disappointed that it went live like that. And then our Discord, our Twitch chat, the server, the forums, sorry, were just full of people reciting the complaints that I'd warned about. So this is what will happen. It's been 40 years since Skyrim. Yeah, Bethesda doesn't have time to build the world. People want frog race gambling. Well, maybe so. Maybe. Yeah, so Meowth, I'm on your side with that. Not the worst event, but for a game-changing, unique end product, yeah, it could have been so much more. I think for an event that lasts that amount of time, I think inevitably it does have to contain some tropey MMO grindy, chasey stuff. That's got to be there. But yeah, a lot of people were expecting so much more. And again, that's the issue, expectation. Writhing Fortress Phase 3 is dope. That is genuinely cool. But 1 out of 3? What's the phrase? 2 out of 3 ain't bad. You could argue 1 out of 3 is bad. I don't think it's that simple. I don't think everything about Phases 1 and 2 is bad. Of course not. But, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Completely. And in the bad, yeah, I like all these ideas. Moose, the people complaining about Writhing Wall event being grindy, are they doing all 24 quests every day? Possibly even more with other characters? I think a lot of it, they want to complain about something, and this is a legitimate thing to complain about. So you either find a legit thing to complain about and you enlarge it, make it into a bigger deal than perhaps it is, or if there's really not that much to complain about, you make something up. Or you just fall back on crown crates as the perennial thing to bitch about. Stop that freaking bug. Get out of my way. Yeah, possibly even more with other characters. To me, it's just an event like any other. I just get my gold boxes, maybe an extra incursion or two sometimes. Coming from that POV, Witches Festival is about 5 times grindier than Writhing Wall. yeah, that's exactly where I'm at with it. It is not the worst. Do we love it? Is it thrilling and exciting and unique and new and all that? Not so much. Phases 1 and 2, but yeah, calling it the worst is just... You're kind of stepping on your own point when you exaggerate it to that degree. Maya likes to use the phrase, you're pissing on your own fire. Like if you have a point, but you undermine it by getting all hysterical and over the top. Like, we've all done this. We've all done this. We've all taken it too far. I think it's the... Some of it is the equivalent of that. Pride Claw, greetings! And so... Sorry, it's taken me so long to get to your comment. Pride Claw, welcome on in. We've got a very lively chat going on here. Yeah, Belorda, I play Guild Wars 2, and compared to that, there is no grind in ESO. It's one of my favorite things about it. You're absolutely right, Belorda. Thank you. It does have grind. It does have a lot of chase and stuff, but I love how ungrindy this is by MMO standards. Yeah, sure, by the standards of The Witcher 3 or something like that. It's grindy as fuck. But, yeah, everything in perspective. Lost in Eternity about Brian Wheeler. He doesn't know that heavy attack restores resources. It was an epic stream with him. I think he must know that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not in a place to comment. I met him once, briefly. He was a very, very nice guy. Very funny, very nerdy. He was just obsessed with the, there was a live, well, basically real-life PvP. Guys in armor beating the shit out of each other with swords and axes and stuff. They had a big fighting arena in Amsterdam. He was basically there every minute he could be there. But yeah, I do know that the stuff about combat changes, a lot of the, you know, the eggs get thrown at his door when it comes to that. And I think that is, well, that's not really the way to engage with the developer trying to do their job. Make criticisms, don't make personal attacks or whatever. But also, I think he's the wrong target. I think he's the wrong target for that. Hello, hello, how's it going? And RP Snyder, whatever combat changes they make, it would be received much better by the community if they buff the deadlines instead of nerfing the good ones. Yep. And this is, again, then you get to the problem of how do you stop the power creep? How do you revert or reverse the power creep once you've unleashed it? It's like once you've lowered taxes, how do you increase them again? It's a very difficult thing to do. But yeah, you're absolutely right. And there's even a video on YouTube. It's audio only, but it's the first guild summit that Elder Scrolls Online ever had. Just after Craglorn was released. So in the I think towards the end of their first year. And a bunch of people from around the world were invited to the studio HQ, and they just sit down and talk about the game, what problems there are, and so on. And there is a combat dev. I think she no longer works there, but she's talking about this exactly. We will always try to fix problems, fix balance issues by buffing things instead of nerfing other things. And that is like an industry mantra, I think. So yeah, Modest Red, yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah, thank you for that. Erin, if only if Yakuda had swimming mounts, there would have been more survivors. Maybe so. Slaughterfish would have got him, yeah. Erin, more could have gotten to the ships before getting chomped by fish, maybe so. And Prideclaw, personally, I'm a fashion is true endgame guy, so I wouldn't mind more hairstyles, personalities, capes as visual features. Don't bring up capes when Rich Lambert is around. I think he's lost the energy to keep saying no to capes. And they did have capes in a very early build, and he says they sucked, and they will never look at it again. They do look very fun. But, yeah, but there is a lot of cool stuff on the fashion side. I don't think we're particularly starved in that department. But I'm with you, I wouldn't say no. Just, you know, maybe make more of it earnable in-game. Fewer things in crown crates. I don't know, man. I buy crown crates every time. I spend like 50 million every time I get them with gold because I have enough gold in game that I can do that. But still, it bums me out how crappy the drop rates are and so on. It's not a way that feels good to support the game, even though I know that's what I'm doing. Some hair dyes as well. Yeah, that's a big thing that the devs are definitely talking about. The ability to dye your hair. Gunbro, at this point, since all cosmetics are not gender specific, we should get the base game ones to be that too. Yeah, that's also another one. Guild Wars 2 has also 2 million different currencies, which made me too confused to get into much of it. And Mr. Dixon, hey there, good evening. Hello, hello. How's it going? Erin, there was a great article on PC Gamer recently about just that. It mentioned ESO, but it was mostly about WoW. Because everything is about fucking WoW, isn't it? But Final Fantasy, Guild Wars 2, they were all in the mix. The Old Republic even. And they said one of the things is there are too many freaking currencies in game now. They've got to stop designing new systems which rely on some new fake virtual currency that we have to go and collect. It's a tired and overused basis for new in-game systems now. Stop it! Basically what they were saying. And they listed all of the ways in which it's been done over the years. I thought that was pretty fun. Most worst grind ever in ESO for me personally was getting the Falkreath Monster Helmet style page. 42 to 45 runs before I gave up and bought it. You mean Dommy House style? Wow, that sucks. Yeah, LARP. Anox, yeah. The currencies are mostly tied to the DLC or content, so it doesn't bother me that there are so many. Fair enough for Lord at Prideclaw. Really, they did, but capes are for democracy. Sorry, wrong game. I don't know, but I've heard Rich say this, that they did have capes early on in the game. But, like, this is probably pre-alpha, even. But, yeah, in his words, we got rid of them because they sucked. I just think that was a funny way to put it. Capes are annoying. Yeah, man, we talked about this. The number of times I'm exploring a Dwemer ruin, and suddenly I realize I've got the corner of my cape caught in a bunch of little cogs, and I'm getting pulled in, like when you get your ties stuck in the office shredder, and you're just getting sucked in, like, no! Subtlety. Akavir could bring new races to the game as well. That's a good point. Anox. I never understood why they're stubborn on the cape thing. Don't think technically it's impossible. Oh, no! It's definitely not impossible. I just don't think they want to do it. And much as it might be sad or painful for some players to hear this, sorry, Prideclaw, cover your ears. I bet there are just as many people who would hate capes as there are people who would want them. Now, you could argue, well, then those people who don't want them, just toggle them off. Don't use them. But why spend your very limited and valuable development time on something that is going to make a relatively small slice of the pie excited or happy? I guess that might be the type of logic that's at play. Looking at you, Tales of Tribute. Like, by all accounts, a really, really nicely designed card system which almost nobody wanted. And nobody asked for. But yeah, plenty of people like it, but so many people ignore it. That with hindsight is 2020 and all that, it does seem like if they had known, would they still have done it? If they'd known so few people would engage with it. I don't know the answer to that. I love all these ads. As I'm running past them. Wait. Alex, I never understood why they're stubborn on the cape thing. Yeah, sorry, I already read that one. Didn't capes only suck, but also completely ruin performance? Yeah, I see. Yeah, I think it may have been that. But I'm sure it's a problem they can solve, just as Alex Aero is saying. A lot of capes, a lot of physics, and preventing clipping. Yeah, if you want them to look really nice. They will make capes eventually, later down the line when crown sales go down a bit. Maybe so. We would definitely have to pay for them. Personally, I'm neutral on the topic. Yeah. I'm fairly neutral on are capes a thing I want in this game, but that makes me fairly anti as is it a thing the devs should spend time on? You know? I would much rather the people tasked with designing all those cosmetics just made cool stuff for us to collect from dungeons and trials, and it doesn't have to be hard content. It's just there are so few collectibles that are worth chasing. And I'm ready to believe that Zos have got definitive data on this, that it isn't worth doing, but we used to have so many cool cosmetics that we could get in the game. From, you know, Fang Lair and March of Sacrifices and things like that. And the sense of reward, and also, let's be real, the ability to flex them a little bit. Like, it used to be a flex to rock the, where is it? Fuck. I don't even remember what it's called, but the vast skin. Got too many bloody skins here, haven't I? Or fabrication sheath. Like when you saw people with that years ago. Oh, wow. Alright, well that's not the impact I was going for, but when you saw people rocking this back in, I don't know, 2019, that was cool. You wanted it. You wanted to join a group and learn to do that trial so you could get the skin. And hopefully then in the process you would make some new friends, you would learn a lot, you'd improve as a player, you might get bitten by the trial bug and go and do some more. But somewhere along the way they just completely did a U-turn on that. No more cosmetics behind anything remotely challenging, just a mount. It's like, rough. And, yeah, Lost in Eternity saying, never played Tribute. Same. Aaron, the argument can be used for every new feature, can't? Any new feature is ignored, hated by a decent chunk of people. Well, find the one that is... Seek out those that aren't. I don't mean it as a bad faith argument. I mean... Had they known how few people would engage with Tales of Tribute, would they have decided to make it anyway? Of course, that's a completely academic question. You can never know. But you gotta believe that they thought a lot more people would jump on board. From an executive POV, capes will drive up sales and should definitely be developed. Based on what evidence? Like, who's gonna buy the game that doesn't already have it because it has capes in it? Are you for real? Like, do you really think that? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just surprised to hear that argument. I don't know, it seems like a bit of a tautology. Like, I'm saying it, therefore it's correct. Moose. Bad and not want to stand behind counter-arguments to your counter-argument to capes. Most people would enjoy cape. More people would enjoy capes than endgame trials. Yeah. No, that is a fair point. The other argument there is that you need an endgame community. Like a cape community does nothing to keep the game going. But a group of players that are chasing or farming or teaching the quote-unquote endgame of group content is extremely... It's not only important, it is crucial. These games die if they don't have that. Or at least that is the industry... that's like the prevailing wisdom, you know? About that. And like Split personally, I wouldn't bother with them. Yeah, I guess that's capes. A good old era got into Tales of Tribute when I leveled Zerath Var. I haven't touched it since it got to full rapport. Well, there we go. Some people love it. I've got nothing against Tales of Tribute. I don't mind that they made it. I will play it one day, and I'll probably admire and enjoy the card game. But the fact that I haven't been prompted to touch it in 4 years since it was released. Wow. Kidding. So yeah, that was my plan. I haven't tried it yet. Erin, yeah, that was the cape thing. And I don't know, thinking about it, considering that they still haven't managed to fix the floating hip armor pieces, they might not be able to stop the cape from clipping. Likes to play catch, never played Tales of Tribute, probably won't. Yeah, fair. And Trusting Sage, just getting back to my level 38 too, what dailies would be good to pick up aside from crafting writs and riding? Yes, Sanctified Silver, Aaron, thank you very much. Trusting Sage. I mean, random normal dungeons. Yeah, the current event dailies. There's a double XP event on. I've heard. I actually haven't looked at this at all, but as I understand it, people are saying if you don't have Solstice, you can do all these on Stirk over here. But yeah, the event dailies from the Writhing Wall are pretty generous with their XP, so that could be a good one. And just take it slow. Just take it nice and easy, there's no rush. There is loads of story to do that puts very, very little pressure on you in terms of combat readiness or effectiveness or survivability. So you can just enjoy the gameplay, not worrying about getting geared. And in the meantime, you can grab some of your subclassing skill lines, get going with that, and just have them slotted, level them up. You get a lot of gold, you get a lot of XP. Maybe do Infinite Archive dailies once you feel you're ready for that. You only need to do one arc in Infinite Archive. That is up here in Apocrypha. But yeah, random normals, random battlegrounds if you like PvP. And Anox, I still haven't played Tales of Tribute. It takes too long. My brain hurts. Still don't understand how it plays. Oh no. And Lost in Eternity. In other MMOs, capes don't ruin performance at all. Yeah, that was where my brain went. Black Desert Online has amazing animations, capes, and overall better graphics. It's also from 2014. But, you know, they invest there. They spent big on the visuals for that game. This is a theory of game criticism, which is not obviously the main way to criticize or to evaluate a video game, but where they spent the money. It's an interesting place to start. Where has the studio really, really poured money into this game? Which aspects of it? And Black Desert, I don't mean this as a criticism, but the visuals were clearly the overwhelming priority for that studio. Especially boob animations and curvy thighs from all the promotional material I've seen for that game. Also giant swords. But yeah, you're right, it looks freaking awesome. It does look great. And Owo Kaiser, hello! Snyder Mining, PCNA, people have been getting into Eastern Solstice accidentally yet, then others TPing to them in Explorer. Is this exploitation or can we do? I think you'll be fine, but I wouldn't do it just in case. So especially if it's true what someone was saying earlier, that some people say they've got in there without having the content pass, definitely don't do that. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not worth the risk. If you really want to explore it, it's been on PTS for the last month and a half. You can go and see my videos on it. I've explored almost every inch of Eastern Solstice, so if you're curious, you could do that. This place, by the way, Gristmung Hold, holy shit, that place is cool. But I would not port there just in case. Just in case. Worst case scenario, you might get a rollback and lose some progress on your account, or you might even get a ban. I would imagine that's unlikely, but what the hell do I know? So yeah, don't panic, but I wouldn't do it. Snyder Mining. But yeah, you're right. Loads of people are saying this, and it's absolutely not intentional. And it's a little bit of a shame, and a little bit silly that this is possible. No caped Edna mode. And Gobber is saying, someone had the theory that they're still working on capes because you kind of have them in the costumes of the heroes in the trailers. That means they're still trying to make it work. Or maybe. Maybe so. I know very little about it. I just know what Rich said. And like I said, I've only really heard him talk about it that one time. Is there a good add-on for surveys? Well, I use, I think it's called Treasure Maps. No, it might just be map pins. Easy way to find out. Let's turn off map pins. And see if they're still there. But I think it's map pins. Marcus Flavius. Is in the bud. I love Tales of Tribute. Aaron, it will drive crown sales up. Oh, I see. Crown sales, I'm with you. Never this cape BS. Personally don't care. Just get pissed off by the argument the capes did not look good, but somehow green flagged tabards that look complete poo-poo. I didn't understand. It seemed very un-Erin to say that thing. Now I get it. Yeah, you're just talking about crown sales, so there we go. Wow, that is a long reload just for a... I guess, yeah, I have to reload the entire thing. So... Yeah, it's map pins. So now they're gone. I really didn't have to do that to confirm, but I thought Marcus Flavius, I would just make absolutely sure. If Tabard looked good enough for them to allow, I wonder how bad the capes actually were. Yeah. And Zindabad, I heard boobs. You did indeed. You misheard. He said noobs. Noobs! I love that emote, Gumbro. That's amazing. Meowitzer, thank you so much for the follow, and thanks for the conversations as well. Good stuff. Lost Treasures is another one. Yeah, Map Pins is nice. It got so much more. Yeah, like Map Pins adds loads and loads of stuff. Like all these, I don't think those are base game. This is for antiquities and stuff. Yeah, Marcus Flavius. Thanks, guys. You are welcome. And I'm finally caught up with chat. Phew. All because Lily said go and do some surveys. Well, thank you so much for that. We have now done a whole bunch of surveys. I'm a little bit caught up. Not quite. Still have 1 million in the bank still to do. But it is also 4 p.m., which I'm very sad to say means I gotta dash. I gotta go. Gotta go finish that video, get that posted for you guys. This is gonna be all about the solo principles that we talked about. Not a solo build, but just taking something like this. Like right now, this is an extremely squishy character. This is like straight out of dummy humping or trial DPS, you know, where I've got healers, I've got tanks looking after me and all that stuff. How do I turn this into something which is not going to die like an idiot in like every fight where I don't have tanks and healers with me? That is what this video is about. It is amazing how much survivability we can get now in the game because of hybridization and particularly because of subclassing. You can get it without changing your gear, your mundus, barely even your abilities. No CPs. I mean, you could do all those things too if you want, but this video is all about how do I make my character like able to solo almost anything in Overworld without having to rebuild it. Just make a few tweaks. So keep an eye out for that. It's taken way more work than I thought. We originally, like so many of our videos, it was originally pitched as, oh, this would be a cool little topic. We can turn that around pretty fast. But as with everything to do with ESO, it actually gets incredibly complicated. So yeah, very, very in-depth. Hey, Fallen Rashita. How's it going? Welcome on in. And Trusting Sages, I've been doing those. HJ and Crow at least. Hollowjack. Yeah, sorry, bummed since I don't have any provisioning high enough to craft the recipes I need for the Ritz. You can spam like a bunch of roast chickens or something like that. See if you can find a provisioning recipe that calls for something you have a lot of. Or find someone like me, something that requires corn and chicken, for example. I can just give you 1,000 of those without batting an eyelid. It'll be fine. So there are people like this everywhere. If you join our Discord, I'm sure there'll be someone who is more than happy to trade with you some stuff. And then you can just spam those. You won't level it super fast. You might need to make quite a few hundred of that recipe in order to get it to work, Trusting Sage. But that is a nice workaround. Found a few delves that have crates and tons of poultry and beef to get to level up a bit. Just hoping to get it done in time to at least complete a few of the 10 plus Rits I have filling slots. Fair enough. And it's been a hot minute, Rashita. Well, welcome on in. You caught me just before I raid off. No quick spam so Khan doesn't catch up. Thanks, Moose. Oh, Meow would say, everyone have a mutastic day or night. Well, I don't have to go, but I really do need to finish this video. And Eggbirds, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the cheer. We've had a very nice day today. If there was anyone else who wanted to chuck in a sub before we go, I'm not going to stop you, but we have got a lot more fun, Halloween-y horror stuff coming up over the next few days. Please hit that follow button at the very least, so you do not miss it. Maya is going to be here for a lot of it, so it's going to be double the value right here on Ninja Pulse Gaming. Kidding's looking forward to it. Thank you. Live to Tale 2. Oh, dang, missed you. 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. Well, just one more, please. No, I gotta bounce out, guys. I'm very, very sorry. But, yeah, like I said, there is a lot of cool stuff coming up on the channel. A lot of cool stuff. And we might have another exciting event coming as well. And it won't necessarily be ESO. Dun, dun, dun. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. In the meantime, you guys can do me a favor and stay in the channel while we raid off to... Who are we gonna raid? Let's go and see Span. Span! Spantifical is lovely. If you don't know her already, you're in for a treat. She's a delight. She's very, very chilled. She's very funny. So, yeah, do the usual 3 things. Big favor to me, guys, and to me and Maya. Stay in the channel for at least a few minutes. Say hello to Span. Make some noise in her chat, please. Make a lot of noise. You'll still be getting your drops. You'll still be getting the chill hangs and the cool ESO nerdy conversations, which I've enjoyed so much. Thanks again for that. And, yeah, give her a follow as well if you like what you hear. It's always a delight when you get raided and loads of people make a lot of noise in your chat. Make her struggle to keep up with chat the way that I've been. Alright, and in the meantime, have yourselves a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. Thanks, Kiddings. Thanks, Lily Dryad. Thanks, everyone. Lifts a tail too. Oh, I love the roses, man. That's awesome. Have yourselves a wonderful, wonderful afternoon, and I will see you again tomorrow.